Turn it off. I didn't.
Also, get up to the desk, please. Thank you.
Turn the volume up. Keyboard.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Thank you. Are you leaving now?
Can I take some more phone with me?
That's fine.
Can I do
Okay.
it?
I'll call. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Carl.
Good morning.
Giancarlo.
Hi, Robert. Bufo, you have to get off my desk, please. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Good morning.
Turn it up.
Can you hear us?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That was nice timing.
Morning, Madam Chair. It is 9:01 and we do have a quorum, so we can start anytime you are ready.
All right, excellent. I'm still trying to pull up my agenda, but I think we can begin and I can get that open once my computer responds. Welcome, everybody, to the November 11th Landmarks Commission meeting. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the Codified Ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meeting according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the records prior to taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you have your mic on mute, use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and a mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. It is also if you hit the participants button in the lower right corner, you will see a hand next to your name that you can raise. When you're finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter via our website and email have been considered. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter. We'd like to call the November 11th Landmarks Commission to order. Mr. Brunges, please call roll. Oh, one piece of housekeeping before we start. Mr. Pettit is not able to join us today, so Mr. Brunges will be doing dual roles today, being the secretary and the director of technology. So please be patient, and we'll give him some time to also write and move everything along. All right, Mr. Brunges, could you please call roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson,
Here.
Ms. Bailey, Mr. Kalifkia,
Here.
Mr. Dreyer, Mr. Jones, Mr. Santora,
Here.
Mr. Strickland,
Here.
Mr. Tarasic,
Here.
Ms. Trott.
Here.
Madam Chair, we also have Mr. Kevin Roberts from our law department, and our AmeriCorps surveyor will be joining us briefly, Emily Spazier-Swift. We have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. We'll begin our meeting today with public hearing action. The item on the agenda is located at it's the Lakeshore and Michigan Southern Railroad Bridge over Lake Avenue. Could staff please give an overview of the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The railroad bridge was nominated on July 8th, 2021. Owners, representatives were notified attempted by mail, and then we connected by email. Public hearing was held on October 28th, 2021, where we heard from both the proponents and the opponents to the proposed designation. Just a brief overview of the location of the bridge, its details, and its history, which was reviewed twice. Staff report on this would be that the designation of the railroad bridge as a Cleveland landmark is to ensure the retention and appropriate rehabilitation of the design and architectural elements of the structure. The designation would not give Cleveland the jurisdiction nor would it regulate the operations of rail transportation. The rails over the bridge are not affected by the designation, and the designation itself does not create any burden. While Norfolk Southern states that federal law preempts local rules and codes, the railroad is not exempt from protecting the health and safety of the citizens of Cleveland. As documented by those seeking and promoting the designation, there are serious concerns for those who cross under this bridge from falling material, as the bridge has multiple deteriorating sections. A landmark designation provides positive recognition and welcomes goodwill, of which could generate momentum to improve the conditions while giving appropriate guidance to retaining the architectural features that are important to heritage conservation and to the streetscape. The community is passionately devoted to keeping this historic bridge as the Edgewater Park Gateway as it has been for over 100 years. Previously in 1974, Cleveland designated a CSX railroad bridge as a landmark at Rockefeller Park and Cultural Gardens. It crosses over Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and the railroad and the city have had no issue with the designation for the last 37 years. Landmark designation would be applied to the bridge in an as-is condition and does not compel the owner to take any action. However, Norfolk Southern and Cleveland have an opportunity, as this could be the first major focus on this bridge in decades. If done to the highest standards, an architectural restoration would be a multi-generational improvement. The needs and the desires of both Norfolk Southern and the citizens of Cleveland can be met while not sacrificing the historical and architectural significance of the bridge in this partnership. Staff recommends the continuation of the landmark designation process as dictated by Codified Ordinance Section 161.04. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges. I'd like to now open the floor is there anyone here related to this case? Ms. Spencer, Councilwoman Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't necessarily need to take more time to discuss the matter this morning. I appreciate Mr. Brunges's presentation and report from the staff side. I fully support his statement, and I would be happy to take any questions that members of this commission may have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilwoman Spencer. I'll now open the floor to the commission for any questions or comments.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Giancarlo.
Is there a current program for the actual restoration or improvements on this bridge?
Could you repeat that, Giancarlo? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is there a current program plan to do some work and restoration on this bridge? And if so, how will the interaction take place between the railroad company and the city of Cleveland and the community? What's the idea there?
Mr. Brunges, you want to take that one, please?
Mr. Colicchio, currently there is no
Plan
at this time, and I would believe that it would have to go through the same process as any other to go through the councilwoman's office would probably want to meet with have the railroad meet with the community and then present that, and then would come through local design review and then to us for a certificate of appropriateness standard procedure
Okay,
when that time comes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question along the same lines. With the passage of the infrastructure bill, some $55 billion being dedicated strictly to railroad improvements, is there an opportunity to engage either local government representation or at the state or federal level to advocate for the restoration of this bridge, specifically using those new funds?
Ms. Spencer or Mr. Brunges, do you have any feedback on that?
Thanks, Madam Chair. These are great questions. I think that is absolutely something that should be looked into. I don't know if the government relations representative from Norfolk Southern is present for this meeting today, Jason Wazell. I have reached out to him on several occasions indicating a desire to work collaboratively. So I think that any resources should be marshaled and conversations should be held about what a restoration might look like. That said, I would be very interested. Mr. Brunges mentioned this morning the CSX bridge in the cultural gardens. I would be very much interested in learning about how that has transpired over nearly 4 decades without federal infrastructure funding. How has that been managed? I think that could be informative. And I think that the other thing that I would want clarified from any action, it is my hope that the commission will vote favorably in terms of designating this bridge. And if that happens, then what would be very useful for the community to know is I think there's a range of options that could be on the table. Full restoration is certainly the desired outcome. However, there is ongoing deterioration. So is there anything incumbent upon, would there be anything incumbent upon the railroad in terms of preventing additional deterioration? I think those things are slightly different. I think a full restoration is different than preventing further decline and removal of historical or architectural features. So again, I would be working to inform myself, my staff, community partners, community members about what this designation really implies and what steps it allows us to take. And I would expect to work very closely with the railroad going forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman Spencer. Mr. Strickland, did that answer your question, or do you have additional questions?
No, Madam Chair, and I'm trying to unraise my hand that I haven't been successful, so.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry.
There you go, you did it. Mr. Santora, questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. One question. We heard at the previous meeting from the Norfolk Southern representative in regards to the undue burden that it necessarily the landmarking of this bridge in their minds would put on them. I just have a question to the review process. Let's say that the building is the structure is landmarked and they do wish to make repairs to it. Can you kind of walk us through the process of them getting approvals for their renovation to the bridge structure and what that would entail? I'm assuming it's pretty much like our current process, but I would just like some clarity on that.
Mr. Brunges, I think you're probably best to.
I would say that because they probably, as a federal agency, would not have to necessarily pull a permit, that they would still have to gain a certificate of appropriateness for any repairs. So they would meet the Secretary of the Interior standards. So they would still go through a review process to say, we are doing all this and go through that standard process, but then they may not necessarily have to pull a permit to do that work because as a federal agent, they could do that. But, and perhaps, Mr. Roberts, you could answer that on the law side for us on that.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges, and Mr. Santora. Carl's right, Anthony, the process would be a little different, seeing that Norfolk Southern approach to the bridge would, in terms of repairs and or ultimately restoration, would have federal oversight, but nevertheless, the landmark designation would provide the commission the opportunity to just ensure that the architectural integrity of the bridge, what makes it a landmark, is preserved, and that any of the repairs, let's say, those repairs, cannot alter or the environmental changes cannot alter what that landmark is designated for. The point that we would like to make in terms of the relationship between the operation of the railroad and the use of the bridge and that of the landmark designation is that the designation and the landmark status does not in any way impede or burden or change or regulate the rail transportation aspects, that the heart of what the rail company does, and that is cross using rails and railroad ties. Those things like on the deck of the bridge that are normal train operations are not part of the review of this commission should the landmark designation be made. But this is just a added protection for the bridge in terms of making any substantial exterior cosmetic changes. And like Councilwoman Spencer mentioned about the CSX bridge over Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and the Cultural Gardens, there can be an excellent relationship between the city, the commission, and the railroad company. And we anticipate that would be the case here. And I do appreciate that the Councilwoman has, an active and positive relationship and engagement with the folks down in Atlanta for Norfolk Southern. And so, but the plain and simple fact is that there would be still that your case of certificate of appropriateness. So it isn't that much different from what the process is on our normal docket. Mr. Santora, if that answers your question, I hope.
It does, and I really appreciate that. And I do have one follow-up question and one comment. If the structure was to be landmarked, seeing as how they don't have to pull a building permit or it's oversighted federally, how would we necessarily enforce, and I'm not saying it would happen, I'm just thinking ahead, because we have seen it in the city and various historic structures in the past where work is done without necessarily the reverence to the historical material or the elements on it. How would that necessarily be enforced to make sure that they were staying in compliance with or that the commission even had a chance to review and approve any of the exterior changes that were being made?
Mr. Santora, I'm optimistic that after the designation, presuming that will go through and City Council will pass an ordinance as such, that we will have a working relationship with Norfolk Southern so that a process and protocol is in place. But you're right that there are occasions when work is done without advance notice elsewhere. much of that has to do with either a lack of knowledge of the procedure on the part of maybe the property owner or manager. And I think that we could probably avoid that in this case with a working partnership. But, you know, while federal law would take precedent over things of permitting and such in a normal process, they would still, the railroad company would necessarily have to put the city on notice for you know, significant changes that affects the roadway and the use of the underpass. So I think that there are those things in place that would provide that advance notice. But there isn't any real mechanism that will be new in this matter. But the communication and understanding and setting up a protocol is what will ensure that your question isn't in vain there.
It sounds like
Okay.
there's precedent that we need to just review and start applying to this bridge also, correct? I mean, if there's already this relationship and designation on the bridge in the Rockefeller Park, that we need to start learning what those processes and mechanisms and triggers are so that we can also translate those to this bridge to adhere its oversight and when work is going to be done.
Madam Chair, that's exactly correct, and I would welcome that, and I think we'd all be better off, better for it. There's no doubt that we all have the same mutual interests, and the preservation of the bridge is as important to the operations of the rail line as it is to the significance of, you know, as a city landmark. So, but it is that setting up of a standard operation procedure that the commission isn't normally, you know, looking at, but this would be a great opportunity to look at the other areas where that national company relationship with the city can be promoted and encouraged.
Excellent. Excellent. Continuing just trying to keep things moving along here. Mr. Tarasik, you haven't had a chance to ask your questions or comments, and then we'll come back to you, Giancarlo, since you've had a chance to ask questions and comments. Mr. Tarasik?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the Councilwoman for all of her efforts and attention to this, and I agree with the most recent comments of Mr. Roberts that this discussion and this opportunity here, I think presents a really great opportunity to work collaboratively with the railroad and take a look at what we've been doing with CSX and really go forward, especially as Mr. Strickland mentioned, with the passage of the transportation bill. And those are all great things moving forward to, I think, ensure that this provides a great gateway for us in the city. The one question I have, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to be clear about this. The designation of this as a landmark, my understanding, and please, Mr. Roberts, correct me if I am wrong, but the designation of this as a landmark does not affirmatively place any additional obligations on the railroad company to take any restorative efforts above and beyond what they would normally have to do, other than if they were to take such efforts, the changes or the improvements that would be made would have to get a certificate of appropriateness from this committee. But it does not affirmatively place any additional obligations on them above and beyond what they currently have to take any restorative efforts. Is that correct or no?
Mr. Tarasik, that is absolutely correct. I couldn't say it better myself. I think Mr. Brunges put that in his opening statement. Insofar as the as-is condition is what we're designating, and meaning that we're not requiring, the designation itself wouldn't require any action on the part of Norfolk Southern. By itself, it really doesn't make any actual duty change on the part of the property owner. And it conceivably, there might never be any action before the commission if there's no changes, which we hope that won't be the case. But theoretically, it might never impact either entity. So, but your statement and in the form of a question is exactly right. You said it precisely and well.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Russick. Giancarlo?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a great project, and bridges in general, and specifically railroads, since we're discussing it this morning, it seems to be a very important part of the Cleveland landscape. So this kind of establishes a precedent for future activities. But the question I have is, the bridge right now is in poor conditions. So, I mean, is there an obligation on the railroad's part to maintain the bridges in general? And then now specifically, we're asking them to do some historical restoration. I assume that the conversation with Norfolk Southern has been productive, cooperative. Is that right in that assumption or not?
Well, I think I'll fill in for Carl right now because I think I've lost him from my screen. It looks like he may or may not have a poor connection here. That it is being designated in the condition that it is, so that it will oversee the replacement of anything from this point on. So to not allow it to deteriorate any further. So replacing in kind versus allowing things to continue to be replaced with a lesser material or detail. It would have to be reviewed by this commission or at least staff to do those replacements. And I think that's the opportunity. The conversations have started, and Ms. Spencer, Councilwoman Spencer, can add to this. Obviously, since your hands up also, that this opens up the opportunity to continue that conversation and really build that relationship to make sure that's done correctly moving forward. So this is an opportunity to strengthen that relationship. Councilwoman Spencer, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is an interesting one. I think this will open up a vote to designate this bridge. My expectation is that would open up a new line of dialogue with the railroad to examine together. To clarify and make sure all parties are clear about what the designation means. There are human health and safety matters which are different than aesthetic concerns. One on the aesthetic, one area that kind of is a crossover is some of the supporting pillars. These are metal-clad pillars, have deteriorated to such an extent that the metal is literally peeling off. And within reach, humans could easily reach up and be injured by them. And so that to me is an example of they've been repairing the bridge. So I wouldn't call the relationship amicable, just to clarify. They've been repairing the bridge by taking those metal pieces and simply removing them and destroying them, discarding them, and leaving sort of the I don't know if you would call it rebar or whatever, this actual support, the non-decorative metal elements that support the actual structure there, but the decorative elements have been destroyed. So I would expect that in any repair action, I'm not sure what formal action may need to go through the Landmarks Commission in terms of a certificate of appropriateness. So I confess to being on a learning curve myself. I would want to be very well versed in understanding the processes and procedures. Separately, there is a human health and safety consideration in terms of debris and also water infiltration. The water infiltration is a huge aesthetic problem, but moreover, it creates a very slick surface on the sidewalks underneath the bridge where leaves and other materials accumulate with water that can freeze, and it can be very, very treacherous. This is a primary pedestrian corridor for people to reach Edgewater Park from the Cadell neighborhood. This is absolutely a very active and primary pedestrian corridor. So I'm looking at Attorney Roberts may rely on his guidance and wisdom in terms of understanding how to proceed with the relationship with the railroad. It is complex. It's a very large bureaucracy, but I think that an amicable conversation about how to be mutually, how this can be mutually beneficial is very much of interest. And I think that the city can do our part by being resourceful in terms of, as mentioned, something like the infrastructure bill, could that come into play? So I think it's not meant to be an adversarial next step. It is meant to be we have a mutual interest in getting this right conversation.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilwoman Spencer. Mr. Brunges?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just gonna maybe clarify this slightly. This is it seems like it's a two-stage process here right now. First is the health and human safety and the stabilization and making sure it doesn't deteriorate. And that can probably be done without the designation. But there also needs to be a master plan for the whole thing. And I think that's where the designation would come in, and then keeping it also, let's make sure people are safe first. And then with that designation, we could talk about the long-term multi-generational improvements, so we don't have to have this conversation again for 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification and comment. With that, would someone like to make a nominate or a motion to continue the nomination and designation for landmark designation? Sorry, just not state that well. Would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Santora.
Madam Chair, given the testimony that we've heard, as well as from the public meeting, I would like to make a motion to continue the nomination process with the Landmark Commission's approval for the nomination of the structure as a local landmark.
Thank you, Mr. Santora, for saying that more eloquently. Do we have a second?
I second
Madam
that.
Chair, Madam Chair, I'll second.
Mr. Tarasik and Mr. Kalikia, second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Brunges, please call roll and announce the results.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Ms. Bailey, you're on mute. Why don't you continue, Mr. Brunges?
hang on.
There you go. Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Yes.
Okay. Display that. Mr. Benezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Kalikia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. That concludes our action on related to the public hearing. We'll now move on to our certificates of appropriateness. Our first applicant is Metzer Building located at 1899-1903 West 25th Street. Signage for Kahlua Restaurant. Could the representatives please unmute your mic, announce yourself, and please tell us about your project.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dustin. I am representing Chula for their signage proposal. Chula is proposing signage for their building on 3 different elevations. Signs 1 and 2 will be on the south and east elevation. The larger of the two signs will be on the south elevation. They'll be mounted to the masonry on the wall with masonry mechanical fasteners. They will be, we have made sure that as they engineer this sign and as we mount this to the wall, it'll be mounted in the mortar joints as discussed in the Ohio City meeting, as not to ruin any brick or take anything away from the existing structure. Sign number 3 will be, and the signs that are going up on the sign 1 and 2 on the south and east are non-illuminated. They're aluminum faces on rails, 2 sections for easier installation, and the colors they chose, it just seems like it really brightens up and adds a fresh look to the masonry building. Just adds a little bit of a pop, I feel. And then sign 3 is going to go in the front of the building. It is going to be 30-inch deep. It's going to have a unique look to the channel letters, also that orange look. And it's going to be mounted on top of the metal canopy at the entrance of the new building that they're fixing up, and that will be secured to the canopy from the underside. We had some discussion at the last meeting about the way it's going to be attached to that structure. The canopy is going to have stringers going across the bottom, and we will utilize those to thread into mount into the sign from the bottom, as not to interfere with any of the glass behind, and a nice secure and nice look. I just like to add that we feel the new construction and proposed signage that they're a very nice improvement to the exterior of the building. The rendering of the proposed canopy, as you see right here, is another something that this customer is going to be moving forward with to try to get that taken care of and accomplished. I think that looks beautiful in that area. What an addition with the white, it just adds life and freshness, and just a modern design, a modern take. And with that, I'll attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll begin with feedback from the local design review committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. This is Donna Gregonis with Ohio City Incorporated and Tremont West Development Corporation. Mr. James did present to the local design review committee, and there was concern about the mounting on masonry because originally it was shown that it might be mounted on masonry. And again, they do not like to have anything really mounted on brick, as there would be too many penetrations here. That was their concern. So they did motion to approve this, noting that the signs should all be installed through the mortar joints. And another condition was that the awning sign must be structurally compatible with glass. There were some inconsistencies with what was presented, with what Mr. James had presented and what had been presented in the past. The awning looks like it just looked inconsistent between the two. So there was some concern about that. So I don't know if Mr. James can explain that better for the commission. But this was approved, noting that the signs need to be installed through the mortar joints. Thanks. That makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Gregonis. We will, before we hear answer Ms. Gregonis's question, let's hear from either city departmental staff. If there are questions, Mr. Santora, are you asking from the commission or are you here to clarify from the city departmental staff?
I'm asking for the commission. Sorry,
Okay.
I prematurely raised my hand.
That's okay. I just want to make sure. And did I see Councilwoman McCormick here? Councilman McCormick, were you here to speak on behalf of this?
Madam Chair, yes. Just briefly, whenever I'm in line.
Go ahead.
I just, excuse me, was working on an email, so wanted to speak in support of this signage. We are very excited about this new restaurant on West 25th Street. Really, as we look to add new life through a struggling, year and a half, 2 years in the city of Cleveland, this is going to be a great addition to the community. So I will leave the design details to the people who have a lot more insight than I do, but really excited about this new business coming into the city and onto West 25th Street. I mean, to me, the sign looks great, but I'll leave it up to the design professionals. But appreciate the city and staff working with this new small business to erect some exciting signage to welcome this new small business to 25th as we work to keep our commercial corridor strong in the city of Cleveland. So thank you to the board for your consideration.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments from the commission. Before we go there, Mr. Brunges, did you have clarification?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get, I know that there's a possible variance needed for amount of signage. And I'm just trying to get some clarification on that. Pardon me while I figure all that out. So you can have your other discussion and I will try and get that information before we're up to that point.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Brunges. We'll begin with Mr. Santora. Questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question and a couple of comments. My first question is in regards to the canopy signage. Have we seen or are you proposing as part of this the actual canopy structure itself?
I am not in that department of the canopy structure or of anything of that nature. The best way I can explain that, Mr. Santora, is we've been on projects in different cities and whatnot, and a larger scale where they're building things and adding additions and just redoing things. And so with the signage, this is what was proposed, what was put on my lap. They're going to provide the canopy, and this is the idea of how we're going to mount it based on talking with the sign company who's going to build the sign and getting our feedback. So as far as actually having all the ins and outs of that, I don't have it, but I know our customer has been talking to and dealing with so that the sizes they're making is going to work with everything they're putting together. It might sound a little, I don't know if the word's confusing or not organized, but it's more things I'm used to seeing as projects with more construction and things are moving forward. But as professionals and what we do, I mean, it's our job to make sure we attach that sign securely and mounted the way we're discussing now. So that's the best answer I can have for you.
Okay, and I can appreciate that. My concern is looking at this, the canopy as you guys are showing it. I don't necessarily know if it's 100% appropriate at this building in this location because you're showing tiebacks and
those aren't going to be there, Mr. Santora. The rendition I have, I thought I sent it over. I didn't. I don't know if I can show it on my screen. I don't think I can use my.
I could almost see it when you were showing it.
Yeah, I'll try. It's going to be new windows across the whole thing, and the way the structure is going to look, it's going to tie together across the front. And there's not going to be the stringers holding, as you see, that was the existing canopy that they had there. So that's just what they transposed on the drawing, just putting that black strip across the front, but it's not going to have those tie-ins coming off the top at all.
Okay, so it's going to be a straight cantilever awning straight off of the, I'm supposing that there's sufficient structure back there in order to hold it.
Yeah, and again, I can't speak much to it just because that's not our area of the project. So I don't have all those informations, but I would assume who the Chula's working with and the people they contracted are as well professionals and will work through the city and everything will be approved appropriately. Yes.
Okay, then how do you necessarily were able to calculate the size of the sign? Because I'm fine with the signage that you have on the two other facades. I think you specified that you're going to be trying to make sure that you're mounting into the mortar joints, and
yes,
I think proportionally they're all fine. I would like to make sure that you're hiding all wiring as best as possible so as not to be so obtrusive, because they are illuminated, aren't they?
Although the ones that are going to go up on top of the walls are not illuminated. They're non-illuminated. Correct.
Okay.
So
Then don't even have to worry about that then. But I think they look fine. I think they're proportionally, I think they're nice design. My issue comes to this canopy sign. Without knowing how the canopy is attached, how it's going to look, you're asking us to approve sign on something for which we haven't given approval and for which we don't have any details or to even see how it's going to look like on the facade. And I'm just having some trouble with that. I don't necessarily think that it would be a negative to it. But I'm, again, having a hard time providing approval for something that we don't know what it is or how it even will interact with the facade of the building.
Can I ask Mr. Brunges to clarify something, Mr. Santora? We did review this a while ago, and it feels like we've all been in this time warp, so I don't know if it was like a year or 2 years ago can you clarify, Mr. Brunges, did we review the canopy details at that time? Do we have them as part of our records?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did, and this concept was actually presented at that time as well. It's an entirely new glass storefront, entirely new storefront that's going in here as part of the renovation.
But the canopy itself, was that included in the?
That was included, yes.
Okay,
and
so go ahead. Mr.
I was
Santora.
just going to say, thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair, and for Mr. Brunges. So this was seen by the commission and was approved in terms of the canopy and the storefront.
Yes, back in March 11th, 2021.
Okay, I missed that meeting, so I thank you for that. So it turns out my concerns were unfounded. That being said, I think the rest of the signage is fine. I would probably like to see this signage a little bit less hefty on top of the canopy, but for what it is, I think it'd be okay.
Thank you for that feedback, Mr. Santora. Other questions or comments from the commission? I will place my comment or say my comments then, and then we'll see if there's others. I would agree with Mr. Santora's, comments that this is similar to what we previously saw. I do support it. I do question a little bit about the 30-inch return. Your rendering of the signage does not appear to be as hefty as what you're showing on the image on the screen. So I'd ask you just to study that a little bit when you have the full dimensions, when it is to scale, because you said canopy by others and not the relationship of, that signage to the canopy. That would be good to know that. But in general, I do support the approach and like the creativity of the signage. Other questions or comments from the commission? Or would someone like to make a motion? Oh, Ms. Bailey.
Yeah, I really like this project and especially the signage. The only question I have in a comment for the canopy, just to make sure that the support for the canopy, all I see is just one support system in the front. That just make sure that it has strong anchoring system on each one of those lettering. Right now, I'm just looking at the front part, looking like it's anchoring. So just making sure that each of those letters, even though it's a flat surface, just make sure the anchoring of each of those letters is secure. That's all. I'm just want to make a comment on. That's all.
So make sure it's anchored more than one location if required into the canopy due to the depth. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Excellent comment.
I mean, it may be already secure in more than one location. It's just probably just this particular design. But just make sure you relay that to the owner.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Sorry, I can't read Mr. James, did you have a response to that before I move?
Yes, real quick, and it's probably not clear on the drawing. This is the perfect drawing to look at it. The side view where it says canopy by others, that orange rectangle. If you look to the left, follow the bottom where it meets the canopy to the back. There's a little rectangle between the fascia, and you can see a mounting screw going down. That little square rectangle shaped guy, that is the raceway that's going to house all the electric in the back. So the sign, the depth of that sign at 30 inches is just for a look. It's a unique look sign with the 30 inches like that. So they actually put a false back in the sign about 3-4 inches deep to use it for illumination. The rest of the depth of the can of the sign is just for for a look, for an awe look. As far as the back, just so you know, it will be mounted for sure in the fronts of the letters as it shows on the canopy and the front and the drawing on the right. The back where that raceway is, as I was explaining to the drawing on the left, all the letters will be secured to that raceway in the back. So the letters will be tied to this raceway that's in the back. That raceway will be tied down into the canopy also. So it'll have supports holding the sign in the front, in the middle, because there'll be stringers going through. We'll catch some of those stringers going across, and then the very back. So that'll keep the sign tight and parallel and rigid. I just wanted to clarify that.
And I won't see the fasten.
Yeah.
Miss Bailey, you're on mute, but you previously said you will see the fastener so that you can see that it's secured. Did I read that right?
Yeah, and I won't see it too. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Bailey, and thank you for that clarification. Miss Anderson, question or comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick comment. I'm looking forward to having Chula in Ohio City. I think it'll be great that we have another plant-based option for dining in the area. So it's just wanted to make that comment, and I look forward to seeing them soon.
Excellent. Thank you, Miss Anderson. Mr. Brunges?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. James, what is the square footage of this sign on the canopy?
What I have on my notes is 17.8 square feet.
Okay, so canopy signs are, I'm getting this from Shannon Leonard of our staff. Canopy signs are supposed to be 6 square feet, so this would need a variance that this commission can grant. And then linear footage is 40 feet on the storefront. They are permitted 85 square feet of wall signs, so they are over by about 23 square feet. So again, any variance would need to be approved by this commission. Thank you.
And Carl, you'd say I'd have to go back then for a variance? No? Okay.
No. This commission can grant a variance for signage at this time.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges, for that clarification. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to make a motion? Would someone like to make a motion?
I have a question before the motion is made. Do you make a motion for each signs, or can it be together?
I believe it can be together, and your motion should also include the recommendation for the variance for the canopy and wall signage. Carl, is that correct? Thumbs up from Carl.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve signage as presented and the granting of a variance for the size as proposed.
For both the canopy and wall signage?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for that motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey, for that second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Brunges, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Benezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. And we look forward to your restaurant joining in the West 25th retail district.
Absolutely. And Chula does also. Folks, have a nice day. Thank you and good weekend.
Thank you. You too. Move on to our next applicant, the Huntington Convention Center Global Center for Health Innovation, 1 St. Clair Avenue, site security elements. And like to welcome the applicant. Please unmute your mic and tell us about your project.
Hi, I'm Kyle Hulawat from Bowen Architecture. We are looking to make some site improvements to the patio just to the east of the Huntington Convention Center, what's currently called the Global Center. The plan you see on the screen, the box on the right is the Hilton Hotel, and the box on the left is the Global Center. And the goal of this project is to create a patio space where the convention center can hold outdoor events. We've been working with the local design review, working with planning staff and the state liquor agency to come up with a solution where alcohol can be served on this patio, and it can be boarded off when there's an event going on, but yet still be open to the public when there's no event, that way allowing free flow of pedestrian traffic from one side to the other side. Next slide. So we've got a number of key areas where we are going to be making improvements. I'll be starting on the left. So on the left side, we've got 3 bollards right along the building there that are in line with the existing concrete bench. These bollards, which we'll show in renderings after this slide, are meant to match the existing bollards that are already on the site. As we move to the right of the page, right in the middle, you've got an existing fence, which we're going to continue the fence and add in a gate for landscape maintenance. Again, the fence is going to match what's already there. The gate is going to match what's already there as well. Moving on down, we've got a number of bollards right along West Mall Drive. Again, these bollards are meant to match the bollards that are already existing. This will give the convention center the opportunity to create this enclosed patio space, again, when there's an event going on. On the far left side, the sidewalk that leads along the restaurant to the Hilton, we will be adding 2 more bollards there. Up at the Hilton patio, there's an existing gate. And then we are proposing to add 1 more gate, again, to match the existing site amenities at the top of the screen with this enclosed patio space. Next slide. So on the left, that is the existing condition. And then the image in the middle is showing the 3 new bollards. And then when there's an event going on, it'll have the ability to drape a decorative chain from one bollard to the next to indicate that there's an event going on, there's alcohol being served, and it's not meant to be taken off the premises. And these bollards are meant to match the exact same bollards that are already on the site itself. Next slide. So this is step back. I'm looking again in the same area. You see the existing bollards that are in between the bike racks, and then our new bollards are meant to match in shape and color, materiality, mounting these same bollards as well. So it looks like this was always meant to be there and look continuous with the rest of the site. Next slide. So this is further down along West Mall Drive, right along the kind of the north side of the building. On the left, you see the existing condition, and on the far left, you see the existing bollards there. What we're proposing is to replicate these bollards with the images on the right, and in line with the fence, in line with the existing site elements, using the same colors and materials. And when there's an event, the ability to drape a decorative chain. When there's no event, the site is free and open as it is today. Next slide. This is looking toward the Hilton and toward the restaurant patio. As you see, the existing condition, there was actually, they moved temporary gates in and out. We're proposing using bollards instead of that, again, from a color standpoint and a shape standpoint, the match what's already on the site. Picture on the lower right is in existing condition right now. That is the existing fence and gate that leads to the patio of the Burnham restaurant. And I believe that is the last slide.
Excellent, thank you. We will begin with feedback from our local design review committee.
Madam Chair, this is Anthony Santora. I administer the Downtown Flats Design Review. This project was heard by the Downtown Flats Design Review Committee at the behest of the Planning Commission to get their recommendation on a couple of items. This was one of the items that was reviewed. The committee approved it unanimously with one condition that the applicant look to enlarge the new gate system that is facing towards Ontario that you see towards the little alleyway on the back of the project, which the applicant had agreed to. And the committee also wanted to commend the applicant. They came back multiple times and worked with the committee and staff to develop a system that they feel maintains a lot of the openness of the public spaces that are there, but allows the programming for the events in a pretty delicate manner. So they did want to commend them on that, and they recommend approval with the condition as it was stated.
Excellent, thank you. Is there anyone else here from the city to speak on behalf of this project? Okay, then we will open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Questions and comments from the commission? I guess I will begin here that I'll just echo what was said by the local commission. I think this was a very elegant interjection of the security and alters the existing feeling of the space very minimally. So I would also commend you because I think this was a great solution and support the design. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the design. I will be voting for this. I personally would like to see, maybe the bollards to have a little more personality, or something that create a little bit more ambiance in that beer garden area that's being proposed here. But again, I will support the design.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments from the commission? Or would someone like to, Mr. Bonazzi?
I just need to state for the record that I have to recuse myself due to a conflict of interest on this project, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bonazzi. I appreciate that prior to the voting. Other questions or comments from the commission? Or would someone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to
Go ahead, Ms.
approve
Bailey.
the design as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey, or Mrs. Bailey. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, recognizing that the Design Review Committee had recommended increasing, I think, the size of the gate. So I would include that as a condition, as if it hasn't already been modified.
Can the applicant clarify, was that recommendation already included in the presentation you just gave us, or is that something that still needs to happen?
That's something that still needs to happen. This is still the presentation from design review.
Okay,
Both of our
excellent. So,
construction documents. Take that check.
thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second with a condition to increase the size of the gates per the local committee's recommendation. Ms. Bailey, do you support that condition?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Brundage, please call roll and announce the results.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Benezzi is abstaining or recusing himself. Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Abstain.
thank you. Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trosik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Did you,
Madam Chair. Oh, Mr. Kalikia, sorry. Jumped over you there.
yes,
Thank you. Sorry, lots going on over here. Madam Chair, the motion passes with a 1 abstention and 1 recusal.
Excellent, thank you. We look forward to this addition and the future use of this space. We'll move on to our next applicant located at 3550 West Boulevard West. I'm sorry, roof replacement. Could the applicant please unmute your mic, announce yourself, and tell us about your project?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tony from Chill Roof Residential Commercial Contractor. We're requesting, we're removing the Spanish clay tiles for the homeowner, Miss Vega. And we're replacing it back with some asphalt dimensional architect shingles. They're a 30-year lifetime shingle. I've done 2 other houses there on West Boulevard. I actually live on West Boulevard. And they had the same clay tiles, and we went back with them with it's a GAF hickory color. It looks like basically like a copper looking color, so it kind of matches the color that the existing clay tiles are in. Ms. Vega's having huge amount of issues in that house, leaks. I've been there almost 3 times already to try to find some way to stop the leaks, either with tarps or either, you know, roof cementing, and then it's just all over the place. The tiles are coming up, just like recently we did Mr. Brian Mooney's councilman's house, and his tiles, I'm surprised they didn't blow out with a good wind, but they were totally basically this, you know, they're bad. And I think Ms. Vega went over and beyond for repairs. She said she's been doing repairs on it for a few years. And I think it's, you know, it's done. The material is done. We're ready to hopefully just remove it and replace it.
Okay. Any additional about the material, or is that your presentation before I move on?
Yes. I mean, well, I mean, what we're doing is what we're doing is replacing it with like GAF 30-year lifetime shingle, asphalt shingle, it's real good shingle. There's, like I said, there's 2 other houses on the street that we did the same thing, removed the same material, the clay tiles, and installed this type of shingle. So it's a real nice shingle. And also the color matches real good with the historical look of it.
Okay, thank you for that presentation.
Okay.
We will begin with feedback from the local design review committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a great deal of discussion at the local committee, but the proposed motion was to replace the original tile roof and recommended that they obtain estimate for the Grand Manor, and that the replacement was approved with 1 no vote by the local committee.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. And any additional feedback from staff before, or any city departments before I move on to commission?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out some stuff that during our review here, the Secretary of the Interior Standards states that distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship that characterize a historic property shall be preserved, that deteriorated historic features shall be repaired rather than replaced. Where the severity of deterioration requires replacement of a distinctive feature, the new feature shall match the old in design, color, texture, and other visual qualities, and where possible, materials. When we received this application, we requested that due diligence was done to have estimates for replacement with the clay tile, the synthetic clay tile, and then the higher grade of the asphalt shingles, such as the CertainTeed Grand Manor or the Carriage House or other comparable brands. I don't think that was asked for at the committee, and that was not presented, and I don't know if they have that information. And I just wanted to give also that we have the comparison of, he mentioned Mr. Mooney's roof. here's the before and after, what it looks like, because I think it'd be important for us to see an example of the difference between the two examples here. I did, as part of my due diligence, I did contact the Brava Roof Tile Company to find out more about their product, because it's coming up a little bit more and we've seen it in a few different projects. There is no certification requirement to install their products. This is a 10% natural product into this, and it's actually screwed into place rather than using other ways. It is on the upper end of the cost spectrum, so it's the upper 2% of, so it's not a cheap product for them. But it does require a lower maintenance, and it can last anywhere from 50 to 100 years, depending. There are, I talked to an Aaron Scholl at that company. They say they have 3 or 4 different companies that do this type of installation in the Cleveland market, and that there are others that do come from outside the market to do this type of work. So I just want to have that all there, that we did look into this on a staff level to make sure we're understanding this, because if we're going to see this more, we have to know what we're looking at, because it's still I think a fairly new product, and we'd like to see how it works in installation, but understanding how it goes in was helpful. So
Did I step
you.
in on that?
Yes, go ahead and respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, well, it is a new product. I've been doing roofing for over 30 years, and there's always a lot of new products. First of all, and so there's not a long-term history on that product, just like a lot of different new products that come up every year. And also the cost of it, because they've came to me, the suppliers, the makers, they usually come to me and want me to install that type of product. I looked at it, seen it. I'm not sold on it. I mean, it's a screw-in product, fiberglass. I mean, would it take the conditions here in Cleveland with the winter, the snow? I wouldn't guarantee it. So that's why I don't even decide to put it to be one of their installers to put it on. But the cost of it, the labor cost on it, because every piece has to be screwed in, you know what I mean, would be 2.5 times what we would charge her. And Miss Vega is by herself. Her husband passed away a few years ago. She lives on a minimum income. I even worked out numbers with her just to take care of her, because I kind of feel bad for her in a way. And so that's one of the issues. But the product itself, I wouldn't sell it and give it to my customers. And we do 2 or 3 roofs a day. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, there's a lot of new products, but like I said, this is like something that will look good. It'll still keep the historical look, because her woodwork and everything else, which I'm sorry, Kyle was talking about, all the historical part of it, we're gonna keep. It's actually in great condition. So we're just taking just the clay tiles and replacing it with the asphalt roof. That's basically good, feasible for her, and it would look good. And we already done 2 houses there, and they actually, they look great. So I mean, the product that he's requesting, I might have a piece of it here. They've came and sent me pieces and explained and gave us a promotion thing on it, and but we just don't really want to mess with nothing like that and come back and bite us like in 10 years. And here we're gonna have to go back in there and replace it. So, but I understand what he's trying to do to keep the look of it. I understand. I don't think it's gonna be a problem with the cost with the homeowner, I'm sure.
Those are our principles that we have to review projects under. So that is why, staff is bringing it up, because those are in the guidelines that we have to follow.
Understand.
So thank you for that feedback. We'll now move on to commission for questions and comments. Giancarlo?
Yes, this is just more of a clarification question. What's actually leaking? Because these tiles are basically indestructible. So is it the tile itself that's causing the leaks, or is it something below the tiles?
Yeah, a lot of the areas like the wall areas right here where all the step tins are underneath it. She's leaking all over around the chimney. The other side, this add-on onto the side there is constantly leaking there. And some, she's got missing tile, some tiles are missing, some of them are, a lot of them are cracked, some of them are cracked.
Oh, they are cracked.
And
Okay.
she just had a lot of different repairs everywhere. You'll stop one and they'll start over here somewhere else. And it's just
No.
impossible to try to stop them from leaking.
Well, usually what causes leaks on these type of roofs would be obviously cracked tiles or the mortar that holds them together maybe got disjointed.
Yeah.
Or along the edges, where they come in contact with the gutter system.
Yeah, or on the top ridge
Yeah.
caps on there. You see that?
But you're
Yeah.
saying many tiles are cracked?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Giancarlo. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have to be realistic in recognizing that roofs of this nature, given the age of the home, have outlived their useful life.
Yes.
It's impractical to think that you can get replacement materials of a like kind and invest in some of these neighborhoods, knowing that the value of the home ultimately is never going to appreciate so that you could recover the investment in a roof of a like kind. So I applaud the efforts of all of these homeowners to maintain their homes as best they can and keep them in livable condition. And as Carl mentioned in the Secretary's standards, it says replace with like materials where available. And I would argue that these clay tile materials within a reasonable price range in some of these neighborhoods are just not available. So as we've done in the past, I would support the replacement with a high grade architectural shingle to mimic the architectural features as closely as possible to the original clay tile. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Santora?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there was, Giancarlo, was that you that had spoken that wanted to say something? Go ahead.
I want to add to Mr. Strickland's comments. I have a lot of experience with these type of roofs with my house in Italy, which of course the roof has been there for 200 or 300 years. It's a little bit of a difference. But once these tiles begin to either loosen or crack or whatever, the effort to replace them is basically non-ending. And you never really solve the problem of leaks. So I agree with Mr. Strickland's analysis, and this should be replaced with an acceptable material. Thank you.
Thank you, Giancarlo. Mr. Santora, would you like to proceed with your comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm a little bit torn here because I understand the necessity of modern times. The material itself, if you were to replace it, is very expensive. If you were replacing it in kind. My question is in regards to the due diligence, and you're asking us to make a decision based on, I'm assuming, expense costs. Why did you specifically choose the shingle that you went with? I'm guessing it's expense costs. You stated a couple times that you were looking to keep the cost down as minimally as possible. Do you have actual numbers that you can share with the commission here as to the cost of the proposed roofing that you're looking at placing, the cost of the actual, if you were replacing in kind with clay tile, and then the cost of replacing it with synthetic? And it doesn't have to be a Brava tile. There are many, many companies that make synthetic clay tiles, and we are not going to specify any manufacturer that you have to utilize. So if you don't feel comfortable with one manufacturer, you're certainly welcome to utilize another. But I would just like to see some of these numbers so that we can understand, is the difference in 10,000? Is it 2,500? Is the difference $500? What exactly is it, so that we can make an accurate determination? Additionally, you're talking about water info. Let me finish. You're talking about water infiltration along certain points. Can you show us specifically where that is? I'm assuming that the water damage is coming into the house, so that should be readily accessible to get pictures to showcase, here's where it's failing, here's why it needs to be replaced. You know, all of those will help us make a determination as to why this roof cannot be replaced. As Carl stated, you know, part of our stewardship in these districts and for these buildings is to make sure that we maintain the historical characters and elements. This roof, when it is removed, the house will lose a piece of its character and a piece of its historical significance. And as much as you feel that the shingle roof is a nice aesthetic feature for a replacement, it is not the historical replacement that is necessarily appropriate for it. So we would really need to make sure that we have all of the due diligence so that we can make a sound judgment on why this roof needs to be replaced with something that is not historically correct for the building. And if you can provide that to us, I think then we would be able to say, okay, this makes sense as to why it needs to be replaced this way. The type of shingle that you're proposing, I'm just going to flat out say I don't agree with being the correct shingle. It needs to be a high-end architectural shingle, if not some type of something closer in line to historical time period for the construction of the building, which would not have been necessarily an asphalt shingle. So if you can provide us with that, I'm almost getting the sense that maybe we need to table, unless you can provide that material to us now so that you can go back, provide us those elements, and we can see it and make a judgment moving forward. I think if we were asked to vote on this today, my vote would be no, based on not having enough information and seeing why necessarily this needs to be replaced with a standard off-the-shelf shingle that, frankly, in my opinion, is not appropriate for this construction, this house, in this location.
Thank you, Mr. Santora. I'll make my comments here before we start going through people again. I personally echo much of what Mr. Santora said. I guess I'm my personal opinion, disappointed that on the last applicant that moved forward, that we did not come to that compromise of using a higher end shingle to emulate the style and the character of these houses. I don't feel that image is a good, shows the beauty that the house had previously with the clay tile. Doesn't maintain that character because obviously an asphalt shingle, which it appears was a standard lay, has a very different appearance than a clay tile. So moving forward, no one will even know that this house or the previous house or this one in this case has this beautiful detail that has been here for over 100 years. So I would echo that. I do feel we need more, since this is coming up more and more, we do need some of that due diligence for me to support this replacement also. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be replaced, repaired, replaced, but the material replacement is what I'm questioning. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I see that Councilman Moody is with us as well. And I just wanted to state that my opinion is not based solely on this presentation, but it's also being informed by Councilman Mooney's prior presentation, where he went through an in-depth review of multiple cost estimates that he had received for evaluating different roofing systems as a replacement for his home. So I recall that discussion and the amount of information that he was able to provide for us, and I'm using that as a basis for my current opinion regarding this replacement. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Strickland. I do think it needs to be case by case though, and because there are people here that were not part of that discussion previously. so that it is correctly documented for each case, since we try to review each case uniquely. Ms. Anderson, question, Mr. Strickland, I'm sorry, before I move on, did you have additional questions or comments?
No, Madam Chair, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Councilman Mooney, I apologize. I did not see that you were with us today. Before I continue on, do you mind if I continue on with the commission, or would you like to speak now?
No, as long as I'm given a chance to speak, that's fine. I'll let you continue, and then I wanted an opportunity to speak about this because I have knowledge about this house too.
Okay. Well, we have one other commission member with her hand up, and then we'll see if there's more. If not, we'll move to you. Thank you, Mr. Councilman Mooney. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always mourn the loss of these beautiful roofs. They are such a key architectural feature of these style of houses. But I do understand that, the roof's primary job is to keep the house dry and safe. This is kind of a hypothetical comment. These roofing companies over time tend to perfect these products and are able to make them, more affordable. I'm just wondering if in 30 years, when the person living here has to replace the new roof, if there's any mechanism for them to come back to us and possibly replace it with a more appropriate looking product if it is more affordable at that time, or if this area goes the way of Ohio City or Tremont, and the value of the house warrants putting on an expensive roof like that. That's my question. I don't know if anybody has any insight.
Sorry, I can't answer that one myself. Go ahead if there's someone who has a response.
No, well, I mean, on the cost on it, you're looking at clay tile because usually during the winter.
I'm talking like in 30 years, not right now.
Okay.
I'm just saying hypothetically that, 30 years from now, they may have a product that is competitively priced.
Yes.
They could develop something that mimics this clay tile a lot better than, any kind of product that we have now that is also affordable.
Okay.
That's just, something I want to put out there. I don't know if once this new roof is put on, if, that's it, that in perpetuity, they're going to be putting on asphalt shingle roofs as opposed to bringing back the historic character. At some point in the future, if such a roofing material is available.
I think my personal opinion or response to that would be, and this is just my personal opinion, at 30 years is a long time, and often houses change hands, and without someone's knowledge, to them, the house has an asphalt roof from this point on. So they may not even be aware of the original character to replace it, unless they're a very diligent owner who does the research on the history of a house.
I would also agree with that sentiment.
I think that Carl has an effort going forth to digitize all of these records by address or property number, permanent parcel number. So if another applicant came to replace this roof in the historic district, it might be part of the protocol to call up those past records and identify that this once had a tile roof, and then pursue, as Ms. Anderson is suggesting, alternate newer materials that might be affordable for this condition.
Absolutely. And I think that's where we all need to support additional staff for Landmark so we can make that happen for, you know, the future of our city. Because 1.5 to 2.5 is very still, you know, limited staff. 2 to 2.5, I should say. Sorry, I just made
100%
color
agreement.
commentary. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
I'm in 100% agreement. We need more staff.
So that's another conversation, and apologize about my color commentary there. Focusing back on the applicant at hand, Mr. Brunges, feedback on this case?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Mr. Strickland, that this was, West Boulevard was just recently surveyed, and I believe we would know how many of these houses originally had clay tile roof. So it would be, if it gets pulled in the future, that would be that discussion that we have with the homeowners and such. So maybe, again, yes, if something becomes more competitively priced and it's lowered, like any new product usually starts at the high end. I mean, how expensive are cell phones when they first came out, or any new technology, or VCRs. If you remember paying $1,000 for a VCR or a beta way back. So, and now you can't even get them. And so in 30 years, likely, well, hopefully there is a comparable product, and that since we have this documentation, we can potentially return it to a 50 to 100-year roof, which, and the other discussions of what do we do in our historic districts now, do we develop programs that could potentially be a tax abatement to assist the long-term, so if somebody has to pay more for a roof like this, that they can hold their taxes. So for say 7 years, and then that way they're offsetting the cost of this over a period of time. And so programs like, we have to figure out ways that we can keep these architectural features rather than replacing or losing them. And that can also help with raising the area as a whole, like, because Ohio City and Tremont did not happen overnight. It took a long time. So it takes that commitment now to make it go long-term. And retaining these features, we have to figure out a way how to do that and stabilize. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges. Other questions or comments from the commission, or should we move on to Mr. Councilman Mooney's comments?
I just want to, and I agree with Miss Anderson said and Mr. Santos said early on about possible. Right now, there are synthetic with clay tile that can be put on the roof without actually purchasing the real Spanish tiles that can, you know, reduce the economic cost of the roof. So that was already put out on the table. So I agree with Mr. Santana's comments about exploring and looking at other options.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bailey.
And guarantee those new products.
Well, there are products that are out there. Being an architect, I do know that there's other products that have been in the market for a fair amount of time, 10 years to 15 years. That
I understand you're like, I mean, I've almost 60 years old. I've been doing it since I was 28 or 21 years old. I've seen a lot of products, and like I said, our company, we do a lot of roofs and we stick what works. We've seen a lot of different stuff come out new, and I've seen a lot of the products you're talking about too. And it's just, I've never seen anything last long. Maybe, okay, 10 years. 10 years is nothing. 10 years is the cheapest shingle you could buy. Anything else don't even last 10 years. And they don't even make them no more, the 3 tabs, 25-year shingles. Everything is 30-year dimensional architectural, but everything is made with the asphalt. That's what lasts here. And these clay tiles, you know, in the winter we go, some of my guys, we go to Florida and we install these clay tiles. So, you know, and we do a lot of insurance work. clay tile like this job would be $140,000. Put clay tile on this roof. It would be $140,000. I mean, that's something that the homeowner, the house is not even priced at probably $200,000. You know what I mean? That's why, believe me, I live on West Boulevard. I love the historical look of it. I'm keeping my house as much as possible that way. And I agree with you, but a lot of times it's like, you know, the homeowners don't have that kind of money. I wish they had some kind of help, like the other gentleman mentioned. I'm sorry, the names, but
Mr. Brundage?
Mr. Bunny, yeah, he has a good idea. That would be great if they offered me that tax abatement, some kind of way that, you know, but I could only do what I could afford. You know what I mean? And but at least she's fixing the issue. But the thing is, the issues that she's dealing with, she's getting interior. Her ceiling just came down. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to go there, and I'm not even charging. I'm going there trying to stop it from happening, but I just can't. I mean, it just is leaking. So I stop here, it leaks over here. When I stop this area, it leaks somewhere else. So
Sure,
it's
sure.
like,
We understand. You're trying to resolve this for her. We
yes,
appreciate
and
that.
believe me, if she had 140,000, I'll put a clay tile on there for her. I'll do whatever anybody wants me to do, as long as they, you know, they're willing to pay for the product and to get it done. And that's what everybody. And right now, you know, where we're at right now with everything that's going on with this epidemic that's going on, it's like everything is crazy right now. Materials is crazy. It's ridiculous right now. You know, we contractors have to charge homeowners more money because they're charging us more money right now. So it's crazy.
Right. No, market is very tight right now. We do
Yes,
understand
yes,
that, and we do
yes.
understand you're trying to meet the homeowners' needs. So we appreciate that. In the interest of time, I'm going to keep this moving along. Councilman
Okay.
Rooney, would you like to make your comments now?
Sure, thank you. You know, I met with Miss Vega, who lives down here, and she's in her 70s. She's a widow, and she's lived here for 30 years. And this wasn't a historic district 30 years ago. It's relatively newer. It became, and you know, I met with her, and she's very upset because it's leaking many different rooms in her house. She has little buckets out. Her granddaughter had to move out because it was leaking in her bedroom, and you know, she was very upset and crying. And I explained to her, you know, some of the problems I'd encountered. And I don't know, Tony does live at West Boulevard. I don't think he's communicated well the situation here. I think he finally just said, yes, a new clay roof is 140,000. This house is larger than my home. My home and garage was 125,000. This one's 140,000. I think, you know, Tony should reiterate, I think he's charging her $30,000 for this roof. Is that correct, Tony?
No, it's actually 22.
Okay, so 22,000.
I mean, I would charge, but I you know, I worked it. I honestly feel bad for her. Basically.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah.
And at some point, you never answered their question. How much more would you charge for Grand Manor?
Oh, you're looking at another $10,000 over close to 15,000.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that out. Tony's not, I don't think Tony's real familiar with this. I know what you're asking for, and it's reasonable what you're asking for. But yeah, it's 140,000 to replace this. Who can afford that? That's more than our house is worth. She can afford, it's still 22,000 is expensive for a roof. Most people can get away with 9 or 10,000. But here, because of this, it's, you know, whatever it is, 22,000. And she can't afford it. She can't afford the difference. Now, I know everybody would like the Grand Manor, but this roof that he chosen is the one I have. It makes my roof one of the nicest ones on the street compared to other people's products. Most people, a lot of people have 3 tabs, which is terrible and which is an awful product. Among the dimensional tiles, mine is the most common on the street. So it's completely common. And yes, you'd like everybody to have a clay tile, but the bottom line is, no one has ever done this in this district. No one has ever gotten a new clay tile roof, and there's a reason. No one also has gone to the secondary product that Carl talked about, the Brava product. Now, when I went through this, I offered to get a metal roof and was told no by Don Pettit and Design Review. I wanted to do a metal roof. They told me no. They told me the only product I could get was that one Brava product. Now, maybe they've opened it up, but when I went there, I wanted somebody certified and trained to use that product. You know, Carl's right. You don't have to be certified or trained, but I
No.
want a skilled tradesman who's skilled to the product. And, you know, when I talked to her, I talked to Ms. Vega about this. You know, I'm like, my price for this product was over $60,000. So granted, she didn't go through that process because me and Tony talked to her. Like, there are no reasonable alternatives. You know, you can get a new clay tile, which is 140. You can investigate this Brava product, though I couldn't get the contractor West Side Roofing to do it. And they are the only ones certified. And I don't think you should be forced to use somebody to use a product who isn't trained and certified in it if you don't want to. And so she doesn't have really many options. And you'd love for her to have the Grand Manor, and I think it does look nice, but she can't afford that extra $10,000. I mean, I know in my day, you gave me the option. I chose not to do it because of the expanded cost. And there was a church that day where you guys didn't even ask the church to do the Grand Manor. You just automatically let them do a similar shingle here. So I just think it should be fairly applied that, you know, some people shouldn't be trying to force to do Grand Manor when you don't even mention in other circumstances with the exact same type of roof. But take into account her financial situation, it's unfortunate. You know, there's a lot of poor people on the street, and these houses aren't appreciating. And, you know, I know that Landmarks is searching for different things to try to experiment, but nobody on the street, and there's several hundred homes, nobody has ever replaced the clay tile roof, and nobody has the Brava product. So this would be forcing her a new experiment to someone who just can't afford it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman Mooney. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion? Okay, it appears that there are no more questions or comments. Would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. Again, I am trouble with my raised hand, but I would put forth a motion to approve the roof replacement using the product as proposed.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Alan, I'll second.
We have a second. Any, as presented, it was the statement, there's no conditions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, so with that, no further discussion required. Mr. Brunges, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia, Mr. Colicchia is still with us?
Mr. Colicchio, you're muted if you're speaking. It does appear he's still with us.
Okay, Mr. Benazzi,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santoro,
No.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trosik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
No. Mr. Colicchio, are you present now?
It looks, there he is.
Okay. Go ahead, Carl.
Mr. Colicchia? Okay, looks like his camera's off, so I will just not include him on this. He may have stepped away. So, Madam Chair, the motion passes 6-2, and with Mr. Colicchia not voting.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to having, the improvements for the owner improving her house, but we would encourage you to do the due diligence, moving forward if you come back for any other cases.
Thank you.
Move on to our next applicant, Dunham Tavern Museum, located at 6709 Euclid Avenue. Master plan and relocation of the Bank Baldwin House. Could the applicant please open your mic, announce yourself, and tell us about your project?
Good morning, Robert Clan with Robert P. Madison Architects. I also have Lauren Hangson with me, the Executive Director for Dunham Tavern.
Welcome.
Thank you. Lauren, are you there?
I am.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Very happy. We've been privately meeting with Mr. Pettit on this project. We have gone through local design review, and Don asked us also in conjunction with the Banks Baldwin House to present the master plan to this group. So Lauren and I will tag team and walk you through the master plan. Next slide, please. Lauren, do you want to give them some background about when you started the project, who's involved?
Yeah, actually, if you could advance. And one more, just because this is hard to read. So we can start here. So back in, I think 2017, we started working with Land Studio to do what we are calling an environmental scan, look to our constituents, external to the organization and internal, and get feedback about future visioning for Dunham Tavern Museum. We heard, things both good and bad, but the big takeaway was that we have potential. But what we've constantly heard from our surrounding community, from our neighbors, is that Dunham is in the community, but it's not of the community. So we've been embarking on this master plan project to try and become a place that is obviously welcoming, accessible for everyone, and that we're, not just this historic house museum, but an entire campus that's holistic in terms of history and education, both indoors and out. So this visual here shows also the context that this is taking place in. Under construction right now is the new Cleveland Foundation headquarters on the portion of land that we sold to them, which also connects widely to the district that we are a part of, both going east-west with a proposed greenway that would spill out into our campus, which is the largest green space that you see here, but also emphasizing the north-south traffic of East 66th Street. That street is being redone to start out with Cleveland Foundation and Dunham Tavern Museum at the south end, and then as you move north up into the Huff neighborhood, you hit things like Chateau Huff, the new branch of Cleveland Public Library, and the Baseball Heritage Museum at League Park. So really considering our place in a connected district. And go ahead. And so there's been a lot of engagement over the course of developing this plan. My last in-person meeting was in March of 2020 before we shifted to do this entirely through Zoom. It certainly had its effect on the project, but I'm just really proud of the fact that we've kept going. Go ahead. And really thinking about the historical context for this. So, Dunham is a very site-specific museum. We've been this sort of witness and participant to history at our spot on Euclid Avenue for almost 200 years. But we also want to be thinking about, expanding that history. What was the story of this land before the Dunham family arrived? And what about the 200 years of history that has happened since then? Go ahead. And so this plan kind of goes over some of what we're calling the major framework elements. So if you'll go ahead, let's get to a visual and I'll walk you through the master plan. And one more to get to the kind of final version. So here you see this is the overall plan and identifies those major framework elements. At the base towards the Euclid Avenue side of our property, you see the existing Dunham Tavern Museum. We're also preserving and enhancing two existing gardens that relate to that. Right behind the museum is the Donald Gray Garden. It's named for the landscape architect who occupied the museum in the 1930s and actually saw it become a museum. And the Klein Garden is another formal garden that's just off of our surface parking lot. Of particular note today is item B there. It is adjacent to the museum. That is the Banks Baldwin House, which has been relocated or will be relocated from the northwest corner of the block to this southeast portion of the property on a lawn just adjacent to the museum to serve as a new visitor center. So in the entire history of that building being on our property, it was leased to Cleveland Botanical Garden for their Green Corps program. We were formerly the site of a Green Corps farm. So even though it has belonged to the museum since it came here in 1998, we've never been able to program it ourselves. So having an additional supportive structure to serve as a visitor center is very exciting. That next item, item C, is the Heritage Trail. So that exists in a smaller format on the western, or the eastern rather, side of our property now. The idea is to make this a continuous loop around the edge of our campus and increasing those pedestrian access points at multiple spots through the whole circuit of the campus, really making this place obviously inviting for people that are coming by. And so walking that Heritage Trail, you will eventually hit what we're calling specialty gardens. That's a blanket term, but those could be each dedicated to different histories or thematic elements, neighborhood history, Dunham family history, museum history, even things like natural history, geology, indigenous history. So really just speaking more broadly on the story of this particular a place and its history. In the center of our campus, you'll see the barn. There is an existing barn. We built that structure in 2000. It is a recreation of the original 1840s barn that burned down in 1963. We did use similar materials and building techniques to preserve the historic character of what had been there. It's a beautiful building that supports our programming, but it is limited in size. So the idea is to expand that barn in a northerly direction. What that exactly looks like one day will require much more further study, but the master plan dictates that this northerly direction for the expansion is preferred. And then behind that, letter D is an event lawn. So we like the idea that eventually the barn could be something that could open up to the outside. You could have, events that take place both indoors and out. You could use the event lawn for a programmable space of its own, performance space, community gathering, all of those things that are supportive of the kind of campus we want to be. And so then at the northeast corner of the property, this is kind of our reimagined productive landscape. So this is the site currently of our orchard. We want to preserve and enhance that orchard, and we want to preserve some kind of farm element. Green Corps was running the farm here. That program was no longer as of 2019. So we are moving the farm over and probably doing something on a smaller scale, more of a demonstration learning farm, or even like a community garden concept. And so the structure that's anchoring the Chester side of our property is what we're calling the Community Farm Pavilion. Again, this is a suggestion of a structure that will require further study. It's something that we prefer to do in collaboration with residents, with community members who would activate this space with gatherings and with collaborative programming. But we wanted something in particular to anchor the Chester side of the property, which tends to feel like our backyard, or kind of there's a chain link fence there. The idea is to take down that fencing, clean up the undergrowth, anchor that side of the property in a new way and make it really welcoming and inviting. So if you move on, we can look at some renderings. So this is looking north from Euclid Avenue. You'll see the dark brown structure is the museum, the barn behind it. Next to that, to the right, is the new suggestion for the Banks Baldwin House. And then towards the top of the screen, the Community Farm Pavilion and the farm. Go ahead. So this is just a slightly more head-on view. And I should mention the structure to the left is the new Cleveland Foundation headquarters. Our landscape architect gave a lot of consideration to this landscape between our two buildings to really make sure that that land that is our land is still properly defined as you're at Dunham Tavern Museum, and considering signage and pathways and seating areas to really encourage you to come onto the property and feel like you're really immersed in this historic and natural space. Go ahead. And so this is looking south from Chester, and you can see that we really want to make it feel much more open and inviting, removing the fences, cleaning up the undergrowth, having more pedestrian access points, and make it very obvious that this is a place where you're welcome to come on in and walk around. Go ahead. And so then just a few renderings at the end here. This is if you would be standing at the corner of, or standing at Euclid Avenue. There's a sliver on the left of the Cleveland Foundation's headquarters building. And so then you're looking kind of northeast into the campus. There's Dunham Tavern Museum on the right. And then this large lawn between Cleveland Foundation and Dunham. Go ahead. So this is looking towards that same lawn between Cleveland Foundation and Dunham Tavern Museum, just more towards the middle of campus. We're maintaining driveway access from 66th Street, but it's also going to be a pedestrian greenway connector that goes, down towards Dave's Market. And so this would also take you approaching the barn and any kind of expansion. Go ahead. And so this is the idea of that event lawn behind the barn. So the structure in the middle there would be, some kind of expanded barn with this lawn. And then you're also seeing a couple of different angles of the Heritage Trail that's wrapping around campus and connecting all these different elements. Go ahead. So this is towards the eastern side of our property. There is, and this is actually where the Heritage Trail presently does exist. So it would keep going further north. We're also passing by our log cabin. That's an existing structure. It's not original to the property. It was moved here in the 90s. We know the Dunhams lived in some kind of, whether it was a simple frame house or a log cabin before they built Dunham Tavern as we know it today. And so this is a suggestion of that. And we use this for primarily field trips and educational programming. And the idea is it needs a full reconstruction in its current state. So it'll be built just slightly south of where it is to increase its visibility coming from that greenway. Go ahead. And this is an angle for the farm area, the orchard, and any kind of productive landscape that we want to add, and then a community farm pavilion. And again, that's something that will require a lot of study in concert with our residents and community. But it's something that we wanted to include in this plan to show that it is important that we anchor that edge of the property. And go ahead. And so this is kind of a, we did sell that a continuous strip of land on the western edge of our property to Cleveland Foundation. Their construction is underway for their headquarters. There's future development slated on the northern part of that site, which is probably a few years away at this point. So we do want to work with Cleveland Foundation and with Midtown, and our landscape architect has suggested some kind of intermediary landscape for that time, which is really just kind of this open meadow concept with walking paths through it. So again, no matter which angle you're approaching the block from, you're really drawn into the campus and invited to come walk around. And this is just, as you've entered, you see the Cleveland Foundation's new headquarters there on your right, and this is looking into the campus. There's the barn in the background in the middle. Go ahead. And there we are. I don't know if we want to talk about this first, or if Robert, you also want to update them on Banks Baldwin.
And I would like to say, we didn't touch on it, but Cleveland Foundation and the Dunham Tavern have worked together for parking. So when Dunham Tavern does have events after hours, they will be allowed to use the Dunham Tavern or the Cleveland Foundation underground garage. So that really helped reduce the need for so much parking on the actual property, and we could return that to green space. All right, I'll go ahead and discuss the moving of the Banks Baldwin house. Lauren hit a lot of the highlights already, but it is an 1876 home. It was moved to Dunham Tavern in 1997. Gady Cern did the drawings and did the move for the Botanical Gardens Youth Center. You can see here Euclid, Chester, where the home currently exists and where the master plan identified it to go. Next slide, please. Just a close up. Tech Hive is an adjacent landowner. They are very collaborative with Dunham Tavern also, so we want to kind of strengthen that link between us as we go forward. You'll see that. Next slide, please. We did a whole series of photos, and I think you might have seen it in some of the renderings, but the site that the landscape architect chose for this new visitor center is really strategic because it doesn't detract from Dunham Tavern on Euclid Avenue. There's so much existing trees and kind of will shelter that and nestle it in, but doesn't make it a prominent appearance on Euclid Avenue. So we did a series of photos just to kind of walk you through that to make sure that you could understand that. Next slide, please. It is an open site right now. It did have former buildings on it. We've done the geotech for it. Everything came up good. So we're moving forward with drawings on this. Next slide, please. Once again, did a series of photographs just from Euclid Avenue because we really wanted to highlight that we're not detracting from the Banks or from Banks Baldwin, is not detracting from the Dunham Tavern. So just did a series of shots to illustrate that clearly. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is the home as it exists today. It's sitting at the corner of E66 and Chester. It's looking its age. It's getting a little bit run down. I will go through a few things that are not original to the building from 1876 in upcoming slides, but I do want to point out on the lower right is the one facade that Don Pettit really liked, really thought that was an important facade. It is intact, pretty much original. The rest of the building, as we go forward, I'll explain what's been done to it. Next slide, please. It does have porches, wraparound ramp. It's fairly good shape. I mean, you can still walk on it. I mean, it was used up till the Botanical Garden Youth Center closed in 2019. Next slide, please. I want to give you a sense of what's inside. Once again, you know, it is an 1876 home, but a lot of things have happened to it in its day. So this basement was added new when it was moved to this location. Next slide. On the first floor, they went ahead and added a kitchen area. They added a handicap bathroom. The wood floors are nice, still original, but a lot of the other, you know, entities that you would think you'd find in an 1876 home are kind of missing at this point. It's gone through so many renovations. Next slide. Upstairs, it's similar. It's, you know, it's in need of some love and care. It's got the windows that are still there. The lower right, you can see the one facade, you know, the arch windows that are really lovely. Next slide. All right, so here's our comparison slides. On the left is the south elevation as it existed before the move, and on bottom left is the elevation after the move. So the Gady CERN team added a cellar door. They added a door with the steps. They added a window. So the south elevation really, you know, was kind of reimagined. And what happened was this building, it was an 1876 building, but it had an addition put on it. So they had to like separate it from the addition when they moved it here. So a lot of things kind of change as we'll go through. The north elevation really kind of stayed intact. Not a lot of changes. It did on the upper right photograph. You'll see that the roof over the porch changed a little bit, and that's because on the left-hand side of that original north elevation was the addition. So it kind of got separated from that, and they had to rework some of that roof line. Next slide. Again, similar elevations on the west. Really lovely. The Gady CERN team added some shutters, and we're going to leave them on. We think, you know, they look nice when you see some of the renderings. And then on the east, the original building that's where the addition was attached to it. So the east elevation was more or less a complete re-envisioning when it was moved here, and that's the side that got the ramp added to it. Next slide. This is drawing from the master plan, the current site plan on the left, the new plan on the right. Once again, it's nestled in behind the trees. It's got a nice clear link to Dome Tavern where people enter the museum. People don't enter the museum from the Euclid side. They enter the museum from that eastern edge of the building. Just FYI. Next slide, please. So we studied 3 different orientations for the building, and this is the one Don landed on that he thought was the strongest. It puts what he felt was one of the strongest elevations out front, so that as somebody pulls into the drive and comes onto the property, they immediately see this home and understand, its context there. We, fresh coat of paint, fix up all the rails. We're working with Panzica Construction, who will be the contractor moving this house. So we're assuming that, all the porch and all the porch roof will, not move with the house. That'll have to kind of be stick rebuilt in place. So that will all be freshened up and new. We're working with landscape architect Knight and Stoller. Kathy couldn't be on with us today, but I'll walk through some of the landscaping as we go forward. Next slide, please. Just another elevation, really not doing much to the facade other than when we move it, we're going to get rid of that cellar door. That was not original. So on this elevation, we took off the cellar door and we replaced it with just a wraparound porch going back. Once again, trying to return it somewhat to before the Gettysburg renovation, but still it's an 1876 home and just trying to keep it look that way. Next slide, please. A little hard to read, but working with Knight and Stoller, the Banks Baldwin house has a really lovely paper bark maple that we're going to salvage and bring over to this. It also has some bluestone pavers that are really nice, and Kathy is going to relocate those to the north side of this house. I'll read because she's not here, but even in the master plan noted some plant varieties that we should use. And what we're trying to get to is these are plants that would be native to when, that period of time, 1876. We're not going with anything that wasn't available then. However, she says she's using varieties that have been bred to improve plant size, leaf color, resistance to disease. So they're similar plants that existed back then, but they've been updated through, genetic engineering to be a little hardier for us. Next slide. And you just get a flavor of some of the things that she's calling out. The paper bark maple that we're transplanting, and then some of the other varieties that she intends to use on the landscaping. It's kind of been very exciting. When Kathy was there, she really fell in love with the place a little bit. So she really kind of put it all in on coming up with something really outstanding. And as I said, Panzica will move the house for us. It'll be a fresh coat of paint. It's also known as the yellow house, so we're not envisioning changing the color at all. And I think that ends the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll begin with feedback from the local committee. Carl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. This was seen by the Euclid Corridor Design Review Committee on October 14th, and it was approved as presented.
Thank you for that.
I don't know if Ms. Scott has any added questions, if she's on, since she did that committee.
Oh, yes, Ms. Scott, do you have anything to add to that?
Good morning. I don't have any additional comments. I think that the committee members were appreciative to see the house preserved and in a way that it could be better utilized than what it is, as well as being more visible to the Euclid corridor as well as the campus. So just from that, I don't think that there was any pushback or anything that, anything off-putting. So yes, thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. Before we move to the commission's questions and comments, just for clarification to focus our conversation, Carl, we are reviewing and we'll take action on the relocation of the Banks Baldwin House. The master plan was presented for concept or information only?
I believe if I remember this correctly, that we were taking action on the movement of the Banks Baldwin House only, and that they may have to return for approval of the master plan later. So maybe this is being seen as a conceptual. And then once they have everything finalized, they can just run through that later.
Okay, so just so we can focus our conversation, the house relocation is what we'll take action on, but feedback or on the master plan can be given.
Correct. And then for staff, staff supports the new location of the Banks Baldwin House on the Dunham Tavern site with the orientation of the Gothic, the pointed arch window facing the tavern, as they have presented here and mentioned. So yes, Don has been working on this for a long time.
Excellent. Thank you for that feedback also. Okay, we will now open the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Bailey?
This is a comment to Ms. Hagan, if I'm pronouncing your last name right.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that?
Oh, I haven't answered the question right.
Oh.
So the question is, I didn't hear the purpose of relocation of the house. What's the purpose of? I didn't hear it.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
that house is sitting on a portion of land which we sold to the Cleveland Foundation as they're building their new headquarters on the site. And so per our land sale agreement with them, they agreed that they would cover the cost of moving it. And so that's why it is up first and in terms of all of the elements of the master plan.
But also it will become the visitor center. So it'll be the spot where you go first, purchase your ticket. We're anticipating an interactive video screen where you'll learn history about Dunham Tavern, learn history about the Banks Baldwin House. It'll be an interactive spot where you go first when you enter the campus.
All right, thank you. So it's more closer to the actions of the rest of the building near the barn and the tavern.
Yes.
And
exactly.
that makes sense now. It's more of a visitor center. So that makes sense. It's closer to the action.
Yeah.
So that's why it's moved to the location. So that makes sense. So everything looks beautiful. Again, I've been to this location. So I applaud the organization over the years, developing and doing various renovation. And the last time I was there personally was at the barn for fundraising. So as the building itself, I noticed the color is blending in closer to the existing color of the tavern, which is yellow. So you maintain everything to try to blend in with everything else. The barn is different colored over there. So we don't or the interior, was just only focus on the outside. So I like that the architect took away the exterior cellar. Thank you for that. And just continue to wrap around the building, which is a good idea. So that's great. And the landscape as well. I like the selections of the various landscape that is concluded. The existing elevations, is that still maintaining, Mr. Klein? That's already on the building? Like the windows, you're not changing none of the windows or any new windows or anything?
Not at this time.
Okay,
We're moving it as is.
so everything is the same? All right. That's what I have. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Mr. Santora?
I have a question too.
Okay, 1 second, Giancarlo. Let's let Anthony go first. Go ahead, Mr. Santora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo Ms. Bailey's comments. I think this is a great project. The diligence in which the team has taken and the care to respect the historic buildings and the relocation of this building, I think is great. While we're just on this picture, this is one of the comments I had. Did you explore any other types of railing options or spindling for the porch area? I don't know, something about it just seems a little bit out of proportion. I know that there's code requirements for railing heights, but it just seems a little bit maybe, I don't know if there's a better solution that could be had, maybe in the design of them, but they just look like typical spindles. So did you guys explore that at all?
We didn't so much explore variations of this, but I would say on this facade, one of the things we did look at was just having it be steps all the way up, like, no railings. It would just be, 30 feet of stairs going up. It seemed more inviting on that side. That was one of the options we looked at. But more or less, no, we did not investigate a lot of spindles. If you could go to the existing photo, if you could back up far enough, just refresh everybody. Yeah, so the intent would be to keep that balustrade look. Our renderer might not have picked it up perfectly, but some of those photos, that was that similar style is what we're going to go with.
Okay, and then maybe perhaps I missed it. What was going to be the finish of the porch and all the exposed decking?
The way it is now, going with wood.
Oh, okay, but like, how are you clear staining it? Is it going to be a darker stain?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
clear.
that's fine. I think that would be appropriate for it. My other comment would be in regards to the site plan, and maybe this was intentional, but it seems like the land is relatively flat. Did you guys investigate at all with your landscape designer the possibility of implementing landforms or some minor topography changes to create a little bit of variation as you're progressing through the different walkways and avenues that you've created, which I think are great. I think the pedestrian pathing through this entire site is amazing. But I'm just wondering if you guys looked at other ways to break it up, or if it was intentional to kind of give it that prairie look, which would probably be more appropriate for the older landscape of the property. But did you guys explore that at all?
You mean the master plan in total?
Yes.
Actually, the plan calls for having to handle some elevation changes that are problematic right now. There's old guardrails, and if you look closely, you can tell how much has come and gone on this property over the years. And so to have, we want to make sure primarily that heritage trail is an accessible path, and so it should be an easy trip around the circuit of a campus. I think it's worked out like three laps around will be a mile if you want to be able to measure your walking. I think at a more detailed level within each of those specialty gardens, all of those will be their own animal, and each will be their own design project. So we can certainly give some consideration to ways to just play up the interest of the space with landforms. I'd certainly think about that. It's something that we've also kind of considered with natural play spaces for kids, without having to build an entire playground, but have something that kind of seamlessly fits into the space. We've seen some really clever things happen with using landforms to do that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Santora. Giancarlo?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think it's a fantastic project. I'm so happy to see it developing. You know, I had a studio there for about 15 years where Radio One is now. And Dunham Tavern always seemed to be kind of a isolated place, even though I often go there just to walk around. And I'm wondering now, like, this area has become so incredibly active. If there are some efforts to coordinate what you do, the landscaping you're planning on doing, and the new building next door, and Galucci across the street, is there an effort to kind of combine some of these activities and create more of a neighborhood atmosphere instead of kind of remaining kind of isolated, you know, and not really involved with the rest of the community? Because that area has become, again, another beautiful, vibrant part of Cleveland. That's my question, actually.
Yeah, so our landscape architecture firm is Merritt Chase, and we hired them first. And then they've also subsequently been hired for different projects by Cleveland Foundation, by Midtown for other parts of this district. They've done work at Magnet's new site. And the idea is that, yes, these are connected things, and it should feel like this is an easy neighborhood to move through from asset to asset. And then I would also just add for Dunham Tavern specifically, all of this design is driven by what kind of visitor experiences we want to cultivate. And those are myriad, whether it's somebody coming to visit the museum or coming to eat their lunch outside or just passing through or attending a wedding. All of those were considered. And we have come to realize that we have both physical and perceptual barriers that need to be taken down. And so it might be as simple as fencing and overgrowth, but it's also, you know, building relationships with our community and making it clear that we're not this insular little organization that's kind of mysterious for many that pass by, but it's a place that's really welcoming through this design, but just through our efforts.
Also, I'm curious if there is such a combination of architecture and food, landscaping, farming. If there are also some plans maybe to have art exhibits, include an art component to this program, to this whole corner, and specifically at the tavern.
Well, I personally hope so. The idea of temporary exhibitions, I think, is what could breathe a lot of life into us as a historic house museum, which tend to be a little staid. Even if I, think our museum is beautiful, but that's also part of the story of this land and of Dunham Tavern Museum. We know that in the 1930s, the Cleveland printmakers occupied the building. They were invited to use the parlor as a little gallery and workshop space. And so that's part of the fabric of this building. We have a collection of those Print a Month Club prints. And I particularly why I have really advocated for a visitor center is so that we have some additional space to program for, they'd be small, but still make an impact with some temporary exhibitions that we can really tell more stories than just the one of the Dunham family 200 years ago. If we, have more structures that we can use for even things like storage, which allows us to have wiggle room within the museum to rotate some of our collections a little bit more and have the space be some more dynamic for visitors, I think that could be a really wonderful thing. And so it's again a reason why the visitor center would be supportive of just more programmable content and interpretation.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, those comments and the feedback. I'll give mine now. Growing up in Western New York, there's a facility called Genesee County Country Museum. I believe that's the full name. And, this reminds me of that. And there's different outbuildings that you can experience the property. So I really do like the master plan and the opportunity to provide different venues for different items throughout the campus here. But nestling this and maintaining it within the city, I think is amazing. I think it's great. So that, I'm in support of the master plan, the current direction, knowing that each one, like you said, will have to come back individually based on how you resolve the master planning throughout, your development. Related to moving of the building, I do like where you've located. I think it's logical and gives you that opportunity to create that experience throughout this area of the campus and provides better visibility and connectivity to the Dunham Tavern Museum itself. My only comment would be related, similar to Mr. Santora's comment. Carl, could you go back to the one image of the continue on? 2 more slides, right there, actually, perfect. Back one, right there. This is truly your approach of the building. We're looking northwest right now. Your approach would be from you'd be looking northeast. So from, the drive itself, would be that, although the landscaping on the landscape plan looks very vibrant and very nice on the north side, it looks a little stark here. So I would encourage you to, and it might just be the rendering, to have more landscaping on this side so that it's not such a focus on the path. It's combines the path and the landscaping from your first impression of the house. It could be done by landscaping on the opposite side of the paving, incorporating benching, but the area specifically in front of the porch itself looks a little stark, having the paving go right up to it. The north side, you had landscaping there, which I personally liked better. So I'd encourage you to as you finalize this, to look at the landscaping specifically in that area. Benching might resolve that too, if you're looking at this as a transition area between the visitor center and the tavern itself. The other comment would be, I personally would encourage you to look at replacing the door, which I know appears from looking at the existing photos is an existing door. But everything else on this building looks so historically accurate, and this looks a little modern, in my personal opinion. So may not be in the funds now, but I encourage you to restore that to a more historical door that's appropriate to the building.
I agree with that. Agriculture farming, which Dunham Tavern has this organic way of just things growing here and there and creating its own character and its own atmosphere. And this does look a little too structured, a little too formal, and not as warm, I think, as the rest of the place.
If you go back one rendering, Carl. This, I think is more appealing in how you've resolved the landscaping to house transition and incorporating benching. So I believe those are my only 2 comments. Yes, those are my only 2 comments. Any additional questions or comments from the commission? Would someone like to put forward a motion on the relocation of the house?
I make a motion.
Go ahead.
The motion is to approve the relocation of the Banks Ballin House with the exception of the landscape to the various landscapes just mentioned at the front of the porch, with the transition between the tavern house and the visitor center. Looking at replacing the existing door. And there was a comment made on looking at the railing height. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Before we move to a second, just for that clarification of that third item you mentioned, Mr. Santora, do you feel that this needs to be studied, or did their answer resolve that for you related to the existing configuration?
Their answer resolved it for me. They said they were going to look at the, excuse me, the existing railing system for guidance, and I think that's good enough.
Okay, I'll remove
Thank you.
the existing Wayland from the motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have the motion to approve as presented with the conditions to study the landscaping on the south side of the building more, to resolve it closer to what is on the north, and to study the replacement of the door on the south. Do we have a second?
I will second it.
Thank you, Mr. Santora. So we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? No? Okay, Mr. Brunges, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Benazzi,
Yes.
Mr. Clicchia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora.
Yes.
I know Mr. Strickland had to leave the meeting. Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. We look forward to the relocation and the expansion of this beautiful property.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next applicants. Sign for Truss Event Venue located at Intro 2061 West 25th Street. Could the applicant please open your mic, announce yourself, and please tell us about your project?
Hello, my name is Bob Kunzen. I'm with Brilliant Electric Sign Company. Representing Intro for the Truss sign. As you can see from the site plan, this sign would encompass the 3 sides of the canopy along West 25th. If we could see the next slide. There it is shown in the total elevation of that building. And the next slide will tell us about the sign itself. At the top of the drawing, that is the 3 sides opened up for your view. The lower left corner is how it will appear on the canopy. It's a set of internally illuminated channel letters, reading Truss. The illumination will come through the front of the letters only. The sides are painted white to match. And these are premium channel letters, borderless, trimless, we call them. And on the 2 sides will be very high resolution electronic message centers for announcements, congratulations, etc. This is an event center. So, you know, your common messages for weddings, banquets, so on and so forth. Can I answer any questions at this time?
Absolutely. We're going to review some additional feedback or some feedback on this first, and then we will ask any questions to you.
Okay.
We'll begin with feedback from the local committee, design review committee.
Hi, good morning again, Madam Chair and members of the commission. So yes, this did come before the committee. They approved it as presented with the LED side option that would change depending on what was happening at the Truss event space. So it was approved as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grigonis. We'll move on to feedback from local city departmental staff. Do we have Ms. Leonard here? I thought I saw her. Oh, yes, Ms. Leonard, if you are speaking, you are on mute.
I believe she may be in another meeting, but I do have a report from her that
All
I
right.
can.
Go ahead, Carl. I just see you're on the list, but go ahead.
Okay, business identification canopy signs are permitted to be 6 square feet. The sign is proposed to be 114 square feet with LED channel sign to be 45 square feet and 2 message centers at roughly 22 square feet left and right side. They will need a variance for size and electronic message boards in a local retail. They may receive a variance, but must adhere to the following regulations unless commission decides they do not need to. Each display of information shall remain static or fixed for a minimum of 20 seconds, thereby prohibiting flashing, scrolling, animated, or other copy that gives appearance of motion unless the commission determines that animated or more frequently changing displays can be accommodated without causing disturbances to nearby properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges. Before I move on, did Mr. Councilman McCormick, did he leave us? Yes, he did. Okay, then we will move on to open the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Ms. Bailey?
Are we looking at two signs or one sign? Because I'm looking at the one at the lower right. It looks like it's attached to this glass railing, or that's just part of the back lane, just too close to this railing on the concrete.
I think that is just an appearance of the rendering. So I believe, that is a rendering, like a rendition of it, that it is attached to the building in the lower left, and the top is the unfolded version of that sign. They're just trying to give you a straight on view and an angled view, I believe. The applicant can clarify that.
That is exactly correct. The lower right is a rendering straight on, as you said.
Perfect.
The one to the left would be looking at it at an angle from the corner, so you could see what it looks like with the front channel letters and the message center.
Thank you.
Now, thank you. We just only approving the text because I see some max on the side with two faces up there. We're not approving of that.
We are reviewing, and that is part of the application, is the 2 electronic display boards on the north and south side of the sign, and then the internally illuminated signage, fixed signage that's on the west side of this canopy.
Okay.
Correct. The mass are just imposed to give, just to show what an image could look like on this sign.
I was going to ask you, those two faces on the sides, are those going to be lit up as well, or they just going to be there and not lit up at night?
They don't exist. It's just a
Don't exist. You just
put
it there.
Yeah, it's just a representation of an image on the electronic message center.
It's electronic.
Well, anyway, I like the text that you have right there. It's nice and thin and slim. And you said that the text itself is going to be lit and as is. And I like that idea if that's the case.
That is correct. The faces will be illuminated.
Any other?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Mr. Santora?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to agree with Ms. Bailey. I think the lettering on the truss is very nice. I'm okay with the small reveals at the top and the bottom. I think it works well with the narrow profile of the font. So I'm okay with the positioning of that. My comment in question would be in regards to the message boards on either side. One, is there possibility to inset them so that they are flush or project a lot less than the 6 3/4 that you're currently showing them at? Because I think it would be a little bit better of a profile. And then two, Is there a way to get, because right now it looks like they're coming all the way to the building and all the way to the edge of the canopy. Is there a way to reduce the width of the sign a little bit so that you can continue the border that you have at the top and bottom of the message board around the side, so that it looks like it's inset in part of the canopy as opposed to just scrolling all the way across?
Mr. Santora, these message boards are only available in certain increments of sizes.
Mhm.
And that is the best fitting for the dimensions of the canopy to suit the needs for the, if you want to call it loading, unloading, over the entrance door. And as far as being set into the canopy to be flush, they do require cooling and also any maintenance that would need to be done. This allows it to be repaired and maintained in the future.
Okay. And then how does the front side return of the electronic message board, how are you handling that? Is it just like a straight cabinet? Is there going to be some type of, I'm assuming it's full enclosure of the board. How does that look like?
When you look at it from the front, the cabinet will be black, so it should blend with the fascia of the canopy very well. And the message board itself is borderless. The LEDs go right up to the edge of the message center cabinet itself.
Okay, so it'll basically just look like a 6 3/4 by 2'6" strip that extends out of the canopy a little bit.
Right.
Okay, that is better. I would still like to see a little bit of offset from the building. But if it's part of the requirements, like it only comes in certain sizes, then I guess it can't be helped.
Right. For an example, and I am only making up this number, the next size down could be 11 inches less. You know, they cannot be manufactured to exact specified dimensions.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonazzi, I saw your hand up and then it appears down. Did you have a question or comment?
No, Madam Chair. Mr. Santora said exactly what I was going to say, so didn't need to repeat myself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Bailey, did you? Okay, your hand is down too. I guess I will just make my comments now. I mean, I think I really do like the truss in lettering and that portion of the sign. I think it's very elegant, and this building in its, from what we saw previously, is going to be very elegant with materials that you have presented, the building has presented. I'm not a big fan of the electronic display boards personally, because I think this would be the first one on the street. I was just doing a little research in other areas, up and down 25th Street. And I think, I don't mind the marquee itself and that approach, because Mitchell's Ice Cream right down the street has a marquee also. So if that is the direction that you want to go, I like the signage itself, the canopy and the truss signage, but I personally do not like the electronic display boards because of how large they are and how dominant they will be on this area of the block. And it's adjacent historical neighbor across the street, and how, they have worked very hard to have very historically correct signage on that building. So that's my personal opinion related to the signage, but I do like the truss signage a lot. Miss Bailey, your hand is back up.
Okay, this is electronic sign. So a question is, how much messaging are you going to have on this sign?
So that is
for example, like, is this a business? If it's like a theater, I know it's not, but
it's an event
business like a theater that's going to have to display information constantly, what's going to be showing. What's the purpose of having an electronic messaging board on both sides?
Well, it would be
for business.
it is an event center, so it would be for displaying events. I think that's pretty important to people who want to go to a premium center like this to have their event up on the sign. You know, you could say anything such as congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Bailey, what have you. Any other banquets, business meetings could be there. I think it's important to I think it's a very nice touch to the clientele for them.
Any additional questions, Ms. Bailey, or did that answer your question?
I just wonder, I noticed one side of the sign has this black vertical trim and the other side doesn't. What's the reason for that? I couldn't read what that is.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Ms. Bailey, can you
At the very edge of the canopy on the left, the message board is very open and there's nothing there. It's like the sign just continue. But the one on the left, the right side, you just zoom in and you'll see a black vertical piece there. That it's like it's just a border.
I believe you're just seeing the dark area of the imposed image, the representation image. It will be an equal amount of space between the building and the message center on either the north or the south side of the canopy.
So you think they may have just forgot to put the vertical piece on the left side of the canopy or the border?
Yeah, if I'm looking at what you're describing, it's they just put a little highlighted line there so that you could see, you know, the size of the message centers.
Agree.
Hi, this is Dan Whalen. Sorry, I logged on late to join the meeting, representing ownership.
Thank you for letting know you're here. Welcome. All right, Ms. Bailey, did that answer your questions?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have some of the same hesitations you do regarding the electronic portion of the sign. In this rendering, the sign is shown in, you know, kind of very subdued tones that actually pick up the colors of the building. My concern is, you know, a brightness and, you know, the rotation of the displays. I mean, does it change every 10 seconds, or is this something that once the sign is up there, it's up there, the messaging is up there, and it's not flashing different things, you know, every minute or, you know, every 30 seconds. So those are my two questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Brunges?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would think, given Ms. Leonard's comments earlier, and she's on the call now, so she can correct me if I'm wrong with this. If we're looking at this in two different ways, is one, are we going to approve the variance for the size and the electronic message center? And then, since there are regulations that adhere only to the display, commission can say we're going to make sure that they hold to that, because that's the minimum of 20 seconds. So that means you can't have flashing, scrolling, animated, or any other copy. So you can regulate that. I think we would also have to be careful about off-premises advertising, because I don't believe that would be allowed, although we can't really comment on content per se, but we can control times possibly if there's maybe it needs to be shut off at 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then on weekends it can stay on later, or if it's on during events, or we would probably want to see a plan for that. And does it get dimmed during certain times? So I think what regulation or parameters are we setting on when the digital signs can be on? So that would hopefully give some direction for where we need to go with that.
Okay, thank you.
I can speak to the intent a little bit more because I wasn't here for the beginning of this discussion, so I apologize. But you know, this is meant to just be predominantly on-premise stuff that's customizable for a specific event that's taking place at the venue at any given point in time. So, for example, if you're getting married, it could say something as simple as "Congratulations," you know, whomever the couple's name is, things of that nature. So it's certainly not meant to be a marquee that's going to be plastered full of Budweiser, you know, things like that. It's not meant to be at all used for off-premise advertising, actually. We're not looking to monetize this. This is strictly to tie into the high-end event venue that we're delivering here to the neighborhood as part of the project, and give people an opportunity to have some fun customizing messaging for their own events.
Thank you for that clarification. Other questions or comments from the commission?
This is Shannon Leonard, City Planning. Just to clarify, there's not an application in to use this as off-premise signage. They would require variance for a billboard at this location. So off-premise signage currently is considered a billboard in our code. And so this would be strictly on-premise. Otherwise, they would need a separate permit. But they would need the variance. And Carl did state correctly regarding if you all would like them to adhere to the 20 seconds, or if you're okay with more movement or scrolling in terms of a marquee, as long as it doesn't affect nearby residents or neighbors. And then the other object would be to, I would suggest for lighting or illumination to keep 0.3 foot candles above ambient light. That way at night, you're not getting too bright of lighting unless you want to put a time limit on the electronic message center. But because this is an event center, it could be that they do have weddings later in the evening or something of that sort. So that is totally up to you all, whether you wanted to vary the code to be more strict or less strict.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Leonard, for that clarification and those additions. Mr. Santora, questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. One other question to the applicant. Did you guys explore any other locations for any type of digital signage? To Madam Chair's comments, I'm wondering if maybe the electronic messaging signage would be better at a different location, perhaps in the ground floor transoms or something like that. There have been products proposed at different locations which reside behind the transoms themselves. I don't know the building layout at these locations. I don't know how much, but I assume that there's some frontage for the conference center at this location. So maybe that would be a more appropriate place. Did you guys explore that at all?
We didn't, and actually I would disagree with the thought. This is the main entrance area to the event venue itself. Obviously, as you see in the approved permitted building plans, that the canopy was always shown, it always had signage on it. It was just a matter of what type of signage we were going to be utilizing. So I think by and large, but for these LED screens, we've pretty much matched the design intent of the original architecture of the building and the signage that was shown. So this canopy is where you come in and exit. So it's kind of the intent all along was to make it as such and call that out. I know, and as far as disruption of residential, we're on a commercial corridor here. There's virtually no residential on the street in the immediate vicinity of the sign itself, other than the units we're putting there. There are a couple apartments scattered due north and possibly slightly south, but in the immediate vicinity, there aren't any residences that would be impacted by the light, other than the ones directly above.
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense. My question is more, I think signage is appropriate. You know, you come down to what type of signage, and there's some concerns that maybe the message boarding is not as appropriate on the sides. So I was just wondering if there were opportunities to relocate it to other areas and if they had been explored. And I think you had indicated that it was your guys' intent to always look at this location for some type of signage, and you guys ultimately determined that the message boards were the best type that you felt were appropriate.
Yeah, I think in the spirit of, I believe that, you know, in previous conversations I've had with a couple landmarks representatives, that creative signage is encouraged in this district. I mean, if you walk up and down 25th, there's all kinds of fun stuff. I know that there's probably not any specific programmed LED boards, so that is a new addition to the area. But everything we're doing and everything that hopefully the board agrees, if you know, as they've passed by the project and seen it, is in a first-class manner. The architecture, the way that we've dealt with sidewalks, and the way that we've maintained visibility of the clock tower, for example, from various points around the project, I think it's all been very thoughtful. So we've explored locations for signage. We're going to continue to bring signage proposals through for other areas of the building that are of different types and that do kind of follow that creative approach. This is the only location where we have anything proposed similar, you know, or in this light, if you will, of the message boards on either side. And so, yeah, this is really the only location where this makes sense to do this. And so that's, excuse me, that's why it's here. So.
Understandable.
And just to clarify, Mr. Wallen, because I'm the one who made the comment, so I'll just let you hear it directly from me, that I do support the canopy, do agree that as part of the original intent for the building. Your building has a very, is going up, and from the previous renderings, expecting a very elegant building, and it's starting to take shape to be that. I personally really love the signage on the west elevation, the truss name, and the letters that you've selected. I personally don't like the sizes of the electric signage on the north and south side personally, because I think it's in contrast of the elegance that you have placed here. Creative signage is always encouraged, and my personal opinion is I think there's other ways to achieve what you're trying to that would blend better with your building. So that's my personal opinion. So moving on to additional questions and comments from the commission.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms.
Bailey. Since Ms. Lana mentioned that this is electronic that may or may not require variance.
It does require
When
variance.
I say may not, it's another way of addressing it. Can this electronic portion be tabled
The
and
electronics.
be addressed at the next meeting, as Ms. Lana mentioned?
I
And
would
just,
request that it isn't, that we make a decision today. I think everybody is aware of the supply chain challenges taking place right now, nationally, globally, and this is, along with every building material that you don't see on the property yet, everything is being delayed. So we just quite honestly don't have the time to kick this. So I would like to have a vote one way or the other today, if that's okay.
Absolutely, that is definitely doable. And this does require a variance for electronic signage.
So, Madam Chair, how should we address this, since it should be two separate motions, or because it's required a variance? We all agreed that we like the trust sign, but
Madam-
the other one require a variance.
Can I interrupt, please? I just come to terms. Can we verify the parcel number for this property? Because I believe this is, that I had the original wrong address that was coming up under the building permits in Excella. Is this for permanent parcel number 007-11028, or is this for permanent parcel number 007-10018? If we can verify the permanent parcel number, because that would change whether they need a variance or not, and I apologize for the extreme confusion here.
The parcel is 007-11028.
Okay, so under 007-11028, it is zoned limited retail business. So the electronic message boards are permitted by right without any conditions. So I do apologize for the confusion. They do not need a variance for the electronic message boards at this location. So I understand that changes everything, and I do apologize. But I did have the wrong address associated with this building when I did the review. So just for the record, this does not require variances for the electronic message boards. However, you are able to vary the code, and so you can be more strict or less strict. So that's totally up to you.
All right. Thank you for that correction, Ms. Leonard, and clarification. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Santora, you had your hand up and then went down. Additional questions, or was it answered?
Nope, it was just, I was clicking buttons, my bad. I'm sorry.
No problem. Additional questions from the commission, or someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Madam Chair, prior to any action by the commission, I just want to go on the record that I will be recusing myself from any further action.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Prior to the voting or motions, it appears, and I apologize, Councilman McCormick, I looked over you. We looked earlier and I didn't see you in the list, but it seems like you've rejoined us, so thank you. Did you have feedback on this proposal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You absolutely did not overlook me. I've been running between meetings, so I had to sign back on. So I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity here. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to speak in support of the sign. We are thrilled as a community to see this project come along. It's transforming this critical intersection, transit-oriented development, project that is really going to add vibrancy to the community. So I think we all know the project, but I just wanted to speak in support of this application, and I appreciate the commission considering this today as we look to get this project wrapped up and really add to our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission.
Thank you, Councilman McCormick. Mr. Brunges?
Thank you. With the change that the digital signage is no longer needed for variance, I just want to confirm with Ms. Leonard, is the size still an issue? Do they still need a variance for the size of the sign, or is that now changed as well?
I apologize. That changes as well because the linear frontage along West 25th is much greater. So they fit for, well, actually, again, it's a canopy sign. They still need the variance for the size.
Okay. So then the motion should include a size variance for the canopy sign, and then the commission could be more or less strict with the digital signage.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we do need approval for a variance of the size.
Correct. So with that, would someone like to make a motion? Would someone like to make a motion?
Before you do that, do we need, Ms. Leonard, do we need to put the actual size on there, the percentage or anything like that?
You can or you cannot. It's up to you all whether you would like to do that in regards to the variance on the size.
Do you need the name? Do you need the size to know what that is? Or
Feedback from others on the commission?
This is Anthony. I don't necessarily have an issue with it not being on there. I think it's easily calculable from the dimensions that they have on there.
Okay.
All right, thank you for that feedback, Mr. Santora. Would someone like to go ahead?
the motion is to approve the trust word sign as presented, and the electronic sign needs a variance. A variance for the electronic size, the two sizes. And that the applicant go to staff and to come up with a plan on the timing, on when to have the sign, like the timing of the time, when to have it on and on off 7 days a week. Work with staff on that, as mentioned before with Mr. Brandes.
Okay, so we have a motion that you have made to, and you can correct me, just want to make sure that this is clear for the record, is a motion to approve as presented, granting them the size variance for the canopy signage. And then you would like them to return to staff or submit to staff a plan for that indicates the exact times that the sign, the electronically illuminated signage will be lit. Is that correct? Does it leave anything out?
We have the variance in there.
Correct.
Approve of the variance.
So the only thing I would add there is the length of time or the times when it will be on and off, and then the illumination level. Yeah, also with what you submit sort of for review. But the 3.3 foot candles above ambient is the recommended.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion with conditions. Do we have a second? Ms.
Before
Anderson.
we have this second, I'd like to have some sort of limitation on the rotation of the imagery. You know, I don't want to see something popping up every 10 seconds. So can we include some language restricting how often the images can be changed?
Are you suggesting the addition of the condition of a 20-second minimum scroll? So it needs to be up on the screen for at minimum 20 seconds or longer?
Yes.
I agree with that.
Okay, so we have the additional on those three additional items that also need to be submitted to staff. I'll repeat them so it's clear. The plan of the timing of when the electronically illuminated signs will be lit. And the limitation that the scroll will be at minimum 20 seconds scroll on each side, if not longer. And the illumination of 0.3 foot candles above ambient. If you could submit that plan, submitting those three details to staff, that would be required for permit.
And then also part of the plan, the purpose of the contest, because it wasn't clear on what's the context of the test. So they need to show what the context of the masses are.
They did indicate that would be on premises advertising.
Yeah.
Because that's all that is allowable.
Okay.
That they're submitting. So I don't think we need to include that in the motion.
That's fine.
Okay, so we have a motion with conditions. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
Thank you, Giancarlo, for that second. Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Brunges, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Benazzi,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora.
Yes.
Trosik has recused himself, and Ms. Trot.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion passes 6-1.
We look forward to the addition of this organization to the block. We think it's going to be a great and a great thing for the neighborhood. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
for hearing
And we'll be back through with a handful of other signs over coming weeks. So we'll see you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Excellent. We'll see you soon. Right. Move on to our next applicant, and I apologize, my agenda didn't come up from my side. Is that the last one? Oh, nope, we have one more. Move on to our next applicant, the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 18, located at 3515 Prospect Avenue, sign and site work. Could the applicant feel free to open up your mic, announce yourself, and tell us about your project.
Hello, my name is Bob Kunzen with Brilliant, representing the signage for 3515 Prospect Avenue. Miles Huska is here with me. He can also answer any questions pertaining to the signage portion of this presentation. I understand that there are several topics to be presented to the Landmarks Committee today. So I'm not sure what page that would be. I apologize, but is it possible for us to talk about the signage? Because we're coming back to that part. Can we do that part first? If we could flip through the presentation and get to that.
Madam Chair, sorry, I think we should hear a little bit about how we got to this point. I think there's a lot going on, as Bob said, and I think it's going to be important for the commission to understand all the reasons why the sign is being presented as it is, and how we got to the current iteration of what they are proposing. And Bob, this is not to put you, I think that the IUOE should probably give a little bit of history of all of this, because in context, it would make a lot more sense. And then we'll have you present, because we're going to look at what was originally presented and then the new presentation as well. So that way, everybody has all the information so they can understand why you're presenting what you're presenting today.
I understand.
Thank you.
Is there someone who can present that from the IUOE?
Yes, so I'm business manager Michael Arbor alone. I have with me Alden Kohler, who is our building maintenance engineer here at IUOE Local 18. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and everybody here for the opportunity to present to you guys this afternoon. Thank you, Carl. I believe that would be very helpful moving forward to kind of give you guys a little bit of background on the particular parts of the sign that we're proposing to be installed on our building. As you can see here from this page that is in front of you guys, that is the steam gauge that represents the IUOE Local 18, obviously with the 18 in the middle. And just to give you all a little familiar background, or just give you some ideas of where this originated and what it has to do with and what it represents, you'll hopefully understand why it is we're looking to have this installed on our building. As Carl had indicated, it is a fully loaded, I guess, proposal here, just because of the building that we're in and items that were previously on the building, and this is being proposed to be in replacement of that. So just briefly here, like I said, on the steam gauge here, I'm not going to read through everything on this page here, but just point out obviously that, this originates back to, the IUOE originates back to December 7th, 1896. We are getting ready to celebrate our 125th anniversary here. We just had a big historic event that our international hosted, and so this steam gauge is in our eyes the true definition of historic. It's extremely famous, important in history. There are over 400,000 members, part of the IUOE nationwide and in Canada. This represents all the men and women that are part of this organization. This building that we are in and where this sign is being proposed for, we've been in here since 1954. Cleveland has been chosen for the headquarters of Local 18 instead of Columbus, based on membership size. We have the most membership. We are a statewide local. Just in Ohio, we have 16,000 members as part of Local 18. So this steam gauge represents not only history, but it represents the men and women of this organization. It means a lot to them. It's a big part of our history. That's the obvious reasons why we want to include this in with our proposed sign. Where we're located on Prospect Avenue, we are in the Midtown area, and we're in the heart of what we call Labor Central here. You've got Labor's Local 310, Labor's Local 860. You have the carpenters, the ironworkers, and you also have the Cleveland Building Trades, which is the umbrella that we all fall underneath. All of them have their logos similar to, a steam gauge or what represents their members on their buildings. And so we're just trying to go along with, what is currently in place with the neighborhood as well. But like I said, this represents all the hard working men and women of this organization. The proposed steam gauge, as you can see, this one is currently installed on one of our other buildings. We have district offices throughout the state because we are a statewide union in all the major cities. And this one is installed, I believe, on in our Akron office. We built a brand new union hall there several years ago here and have this installed on the outside. And as you can tell from the photos, that it does have raised letters. It is bronze in color, and we do intend, we presented in front of the Architectural Review Board, and there was some questions that were brought up about what type of material would be used in the sign. And so we went from just like it was more of like a sticker almost. And so now we have a raised letter proposal on this steam gauge, and it will again be hopefully installed by Brilliant Sign. We're trying to do what we can. We hired a reputable company. As you guys know, Brilliant Sign, was in charge of installing the new sign down at the baseball stadium there and everything. So we wanted to make sure we had a reputable company that you all are familiar with. And I believe we have a good plan in place that will not only represent our members, but the headquarters office of this organization moving forward. So you can see the picture that is up right now. That is what used to be on the front of our building right there. That right there, we have done all of our due diligence. We have reached out to the surrounding IUOE locals, Local 132 in West Virginia, Local 324 in Michigan, I've Local 66 in Pennsylvania. With a picture of this, I have sent it to Washington, D.C. to our international. Nowhere in their records do they indicate any significance of this having any ties to the IUOE at all. We have done our own internal due diligence in searching through our original renderings and engineered drawings of this building back to the 50s when this building was built. And on there you go. You can see there is just a blank spot on there. There's no indication of who put that up, why it was put up, what it represents, or anything like that. So the reason why, if you could go back one slide to the one you had previously, I want to just point something out. We had been doing some, thank you. We've been doing some maintenance on the building, some tuck pointing. The building had not been tuck pointed and the mortar joints were failing. We had a lot of water coming into the basement and the interior of the building. So we hired MA Construction, and Eldon will go through that here in a minute. But while they were up there, so you were looking at the south side of the building, that is Prospect Avenue, right there in the front. While the tuck pointers and the bricklayers were up on their scaffolding in the lift up there, it was determined that that figurine or figure on the wall there had significant frost damage. There was stress cracks and it was failing and crumbling. It was not made of a terracotta or anything like that. It was basically a masonry product that was failing, and behind it was leaking water, inside the wall and causing more damage and causing damage behind the brick, pushing those bricks and everything out. This was in the summertime when this was going on. If you can all see down on the bottom right hand of that picture, and I pointed this out at the Architectural Review Board, we get a lot of foot traffic in front of our building. We're not too far from the university. There's a couple of apartment complexes, around here. And so we do get a lot of individuals, but that woman right there has a stroller. And we do see a lot of that type of activity. And during the day, a lot of businesses, people like to walk at lunchtime. When that was brought to my attention that that thing could possibly fall and it could have an immediate, health and human safety impact, I made the determination for them to remove it immediately. Was that the right decision? Now I'm here, absolutely not. But at that given time, I was not willing to risk that thing crumbling because it was in pretty bad shape. That the potential for that thing to fall off, or not fall off in a whole, but pieces and parts, and you could see the height of it. If any piece of that thing would have fallen off on somebody, that would have been a huge liability and resulted in injuries. And that was not something that I was willing to do. So that's how we got to where we're at today. And again, if it had something to do with this local union and all that, so you can see right there, that's when they took it off, and that's what it looked like behind it. It completely deteriorated. They did not even need to use any kind of mechanical tools. That thing basically came off with a brick hammer. Was a tool that they used to remove that off of the building. So you can see the top right there was the top of the guy's head. There was already a chunk kind of missing off the top of there. And it was currently failing, and it was going to just continue to fail. And so that's where I personally, as business manager, made the decision to go ahead and remove that. And because it had to do with the health and human safety here. And so our master plan here is to replace it with a steam gauge logo that represents thousands of people, has a lot of history behind it. We know where it originated, and it's more appropriate to who we are and what we do. And it doesn't discredit what was up there. However, I really am at a loss for what else that statue or figurine or whatever it was represented. And Eldon can share more details if you guys are interested about the building maintenance and the tuck pointing and some of the other improvements that we did.
Yeah, my name is Eldon. Is there any questions pertaining to what Mike has presented there, or would you like me to continue?
Why don't you continue so we can hear the full presentation along with the signage proposal? Brilliant, and then we'll ask our questions all at once so that maybe you'll answer along the way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So about 3 years ago, when I began working here at the IOU Local 18 in Cleveland, we found that there was lots of restoration to be done on the building, and we began then at that time working on the rooftop, and then excuse me, went on to the west side tuck pointing. At that point in 2019, we had hired MA to come in and do that work. And so the second phase of the program to restore the the east side and the south side would have began this year. They came in April to start doing the work and started on the east side. The east side was pretty bad. Not as bad as the south side. South side really had a lot of infiltration from some plantings that had been too close to the side of the building. There was waterproofing done, not only below grade, but above grade. The trees obviously had to be taken out at that point. On the corner there of 36th and Prospect, there had been trees. Those trees were penetrating down about 10, 15 feet into the below grade. When we came in for a restoration on the bricks themselves, we found that the mortar was needing to be matched up. Luckily, we had some journeyman masons that were able to come in and find that it was a buff color mortar that was needing to be replaced. That was what was chosen to continue. There was a BASF product that was used for waterproofing the brick and the mortar. That's a 10-year warranted product. So all the masonry has been now coated and redone with this BASF product. Same thing below grade was done using a BASF product below grade to keep everything that was infiltrating away from the building. And so as we continued, it would have been late August, we continued with trying to figure out what to do about the water infiltration because we still had soil exposed. And we decided to do a collaboration with the local 404, which is the finishers union. And we came in with them and their apprentices and did some concrete pour on our side of the right of way. We decided to use concrete that was colored with a time coloring in it and a release agent that was walnut. And we did a stamping in that concrete that resembled the colors of the building and had a nice texture. And there was some questions about the curbing that had separated the city right away from ours. That was saw cut. You can see on the bottom right hand picture, at the very top of that bottom right hand picture, there's a little line there. That is actually what I call the framework. It was a 6-inch high curbing that was flush cuts so that it would not be a trip hazard. We basically made the corner of the 36th and Prospect a very easy access pedestrian traffic to walk through that area, which we do get lots of traffic and is actually used a lot now. I see just as many people walking across this new section as we do actually on the sidewalk. To the left on the bottom picture, there was some area under a cantilever that was it was a concrete and brick wall. It was made out of CMU with a brick face. It had a footing below that was a very substantial footing, rebar sticking out. What had happened in that area, there was a planting and water had infiltrated behind that area also and had actually broken the wall. And there's a little bit of a picture there on top. It's the broken walls to the right of it. That whole wall had pushed out away from the building about 3 inches and was eventually going to fall apart onto the sidewalk. There was question at the architectural review as to why we had replaced that area with concrete. We did leave an area for some green space there in the center of it, but the main intention for why it was 6 inches was it was 6 inches high. It actually was the same height as that curbing that we flush cut. But not just that, I was thinking about it this morning more, the footings that were in there originally from that wall that had been there for the planter, it's still there. It would have had to been torn out completely and we would have risked having problems with sidewalk condition at that point. That area I'm speaking about where we did pour concrete 6 inches high and finished it. It is on our side of the right of way. We didn't realize at that time, how much work we were doing was going to interfere with, any of the city's trade on what we're doing right now. I mean, we didn't realize that. This work was completed just in the last couple months. The signage that we're wanting to put in place of the medallion, as I call it, the medallion itself was, done. The sign, and to do something about this, what that medallion was, the sign came in after the fact. We didn't just, tear that thing off and just want to throw this up. It was, what are we going to do now that we have this, this damage here? We wanted to replace it with something. So the thought was in the top picture there, this is the north side of our building in area. We have this same sign and it's the same diameter. I didn't know at the time when we had our architectural review with Kim Scott and that board, we didn't know that there was some blueprints that were from 2007. That picture on the top, go back up right there. That picture on the top there showing a sign on the side of our building on the north side. It was actually put up in 2007. And I know Brilliant Sign has some other elevations that they can show of these. And so when we found these architecturals from Boyer's Sign Company, after our meeting with Kim Scott, I presented it back to Brilliant Sign and I said, like, let's go ahead and drop the original proposal. The original proposal for a sign was backlit box letters below a sign like this. And we decided that, the channel track installation wasn't probably the, best idea that was going to be used for those box letterings because of having the need for electricity with as minimal amount of penetrations as we could get. We realized that because of all the restoration we had done, there had already been a lot of penetrations from previous lettering. So it probably didn't matter to us too much. When we went back to look at these 2007 drawings, we basically realized that they had already used that type of mounting on the north side in 2007. So that being said, why not just try to replicate that again? So now this picture here is a sign, is a new sign based off of the 2007 drawings, along with cast aluminum lettering that matches the north side. So now this part of the proposal that Brilliant Sign has is basically a copy of what's already existing on the building. Again, here's from satellite view where we're at. We have existing logos. There's one on the west side, one on the north side. Existing logos, they're the same size as what we're proposing now. There's before and after, before we started the work for restoration. And then here we go with Brilliant Sign's proposal. Again, based off of 2007 drawings that we found after our last meeting.
Yeah, so as Eldon was alluding to, we started off with the original sign package of it being an illuminated letter with a 3M adhesive product applied to an aluminum channel, essentially covering the circular logo on the wall. Once Eldon and Mike found the old drawings from Boyer Sign from 2007, we revised our sign package to match those signs as close as possible, so there's a universal sign on the property on all of the elevations. So as you can see here, here's the drawings of the existing logo. This was, and correct me here, Eldon and Mike, if I'm misunderstood, this was a logo that has since been modified to have the 18 located in the middle.
Correct.
That's correct, yeah. The 18 is a rendition that's been used throughout the state that pertains to our local specifically. This one here is the international version.
So we took this drawing as well as the next one of the aluminum letters that are located on the north side of the building, and we put together a revised sign scope that has the exact same thing that you see on the rest of the building. Now, the signs on the building have been in the field for 14 years. So how the process will go, let's say we get to the point where we have approval on the sign project, we will have a service crew go out there and take a look at the existing conditions of the signs and pick out colors that match those signs as close as possible. From the street view and from the Boyer Sign drawings, the colors that are alluded on the notes in this drawing seem to be a pretty close match. But like anything, cars, roofs, siding, when the sun hits it for 14 years or so, there is going to be a slight fade with the colors on the different elevations. But the sign itself will have the dimensional characters on the two outer rings as well as the logo, and will be painted to match the signs in the field as close as possible. And the International Union of Operating Engineers letters located below will be the cast aluminum painted to match the signs in the field as close as possible, and will be individually mounted to the wall as the other sign is on the north side of the building.
Thank you for the presentation and the detail on each one of the elements that we're reviewing today. We will begin with asking for feedback from the local design review committee. Ms. Scott?
Good morning, and I apologize. I actually need to pull this up on my computer because I am unable to read at that distance.
You can enlarge it on the screen on the left-hand side. If you hover on the left side of the screen, you'll see a action bar that you can enlarge. If that helps.
Oh, well, see, you learn something new every day. I'm sorry. Okay. I think one of the greatest challenges in reviewing this project, I think, was just miscommunication and a lack of, from what I understand or from what is evident, the knowledge that the property is within a landmarks district as well as a design review district. And from that perspective, I think that this is where a lot of the confusion has arisen. During the meeting on September 30th, the committee stressed the importance of the building's architectural value to the district, and I guess they were really puzzled by the fact that there was not any knowledge or historical knowledge of that plaque that was removed. And we all understand, the compromising of structural integrity causing or imposing some danger to the public and wanting to remediate that. This was very highly discussed and debated, but in the end, and I mean, you all have the meeting motion forms in front of you. In the end, this was disapproved, and that, and I also know that Midtown Cleveland, the organization, had also been in touch with these folks, but I think at the date of the meeting, they were not. Well, actually, maybe this was the first meeting. No, because during well, it does say Joyce was there. So at any rate, I know that they were really involved in the Cleveland Walls, the mural project, and I know during the time that meeting took place. So I don't know if it was this date or a subsequent date. No one from Midtown was there, and that just could not be helped because we have not figured out how to have two people or one person be in two places at one time. So the folks did say that they would come back, and I think that they did, but at that point, because this is from September 30th, so clarify something for me, Eldon. You all came to 2 Euclid Corridor Design Review meetings, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so this was the first meeting, is that accurate?
This was the second meeting.
The September, okay, I apologize, because this has been going on for a long time, but the bottom line is the committee disapproved it, and so our understanding is that if an applicant chooses to move forward with their project, regardless of the decision of the committee, they have the right to do that, with the understanding that the commissions will have an account of what took place during this meeting. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that report. We will move on then to opening the floor for the commission for questions and comments. Mr. Santora?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to kind of break this down into two items, one being the signage itself that they're proposing, and then the other being the modifications to the building. I'll save the modifications to the building to last because I have a lot to say on that. In regards to the proposed signage that they're looking at doing now, I can understand design review comments, and Ms. Scott, maybe if you can elaborate a little bit more on the reasons why they felt the medallion signage was not appropriate on the front of the building.
Yeah, sure. I think it had more to do with the materiality that was being proposed at the time. It had to do with a vinyl covered, something that was covered with vinyl. And I think that because the previous, what had been removed was of some substantial material, that what was being proposed was just not appropriate. So that was the feeling that, this was probably terracotta and it should be replaced with something that is a little more substantial, just in character.
Okay. I can understand that. I think the medallion itself is pretty appropriate. I think it fits nicely. What Mr. Kunzen, I believe, or one of the gentlemen elaborated that it wasn't terracotta material, but some type of masonry. I don't know if that was able to be verified, but I don't have necessarily an issue with the medallion. One of my issues would be that now you have 3 of these, and I think if you are adding this one of the other ones should come off. And I'd leave it up to you guys to determine which one. But I think the placement on this side of the building for the medallion would be appropriate. Moving to the actual lettering itself, I see a couple different options. Are we looking at the raceway lettering for approval today? Is that what you're asking for? The letters on a raceway illuminated?
Well, this is Bob. No, it would not be illuminated. We're looking for approval for the seal, the 7-foot diameter, as well as the non-illuminated letters underneath. What you were seeing, Mr. Anthony, the illuminated letters were what we proposed the first time we presented the signs. And I was hoping, Ms. Scott, that you could clarify for me. It wasn't quite disapproved. It was tabled, correct? So with some suggestions, and I believe that along with our customer, we've tried to take in those suggestions, and that is what we are presenting today.
So I think that, that the first meeting it was tabled and the second meeting it was disapproved. That's what I have on record. And in terms of the individual letters, I think one of the biggest challenges was that most of the changes that have been made to the building have really kind of detracted from the architectural style of the building, that 1950s building architectural style. And so the comments regarding the font style for whatever is, going to go there was, well, the directive was for the font style to be studied to make sure that whatever is approved is of the style of a 1950s lettering, because what's happened was there was over the canopy or on the canopy were letters.
Right.
That was where they were. And so those have been removed. The trees along East 36th Street have been removed all up and down. And I mean, this is not something, hold on, let me just finish real quick. There have been apparently, now this is what it looks like to me from the visible eye. I am not a design professional. I'll say that anytime. There have been windows in this building that have been replaced, is what it appears to me. And these things have never been reviewed. And so all of these changes kind of amount to a real visible change in that contributes to the architectural stylings of this particular building. And so in terms of the font, the directive was to please study so that you can come up with a font style that would contribute to that 1950s architecture, because so many other elements of this building have been changed or modified, and it's left something that is somewhat less than.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I 100% agree. And that's why I'm looking at the street view now of the old letters that were above the projecting second floor along the main facade. And I think the orientation that you have currently with the medallion and the lettering below would fit with a mid-century modern building. And we've seen it utilized on other buildings of that time period quite similarly. However, it's the font and the lettering itself. I would really want to see the lettering style taken from the existing signage and pin mounted below that letter, below the medallion, especially since it's not illuminated, so that it can have some three-dimensionality, cast a shadow, be a little bit more present. And I think that would really help maintain that character. That would be the direction I would want to see this signage go. Now we'll move on to the actual building. Are we looking for approval for the rest of this? Because there are some serious changes that were made to this building that I am struggling with determining how I would like to express myself, because they are monumental and they are very destructive to the character of this building. And I do not know how or why such things were changed. I obviously, when you guys went through the presentation, there were structural issues. I can see it on the pictures itself with some of the issues with the planter, but these items are integral to the design of this building. And to simply remove them and then replace them with a stamped concrete pattern is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. And I really believe that all of the items that you removed need to be put back as they were. So the front planter needs to be completely restored. The landscaping around the building, curb and all, needs to be completely restored. Those items are characteristically intrinsic to the building design, and to remove them lessens the value, cheapens the entire building. Again, I understand that there's a cost associated with the remediation of some of the issues you ran across. However, that does not excuse you from maintaining the characteristics of this building that make it historic. Obviously, you can't put back in the trees, but was these ever approved by the city arborist for removal of such trees along the landscaping perimeter? Those were pretty mature trees that just seem to have gone away. And as you know, that there are requirements for maintaining trees within these types of buildings. So was that ever cleared with her? Was any of this work done? I'm assuming since it's all done, it was done without permit. Otherwise, we would have seen it before. But that is my opinion, and I will be extremely strong on it. I really commend you guys for coming before us now and working through this with the committee, with ourselves, to try and get to a resolution. But to me, the loss of these items are just egregious and need to be replaced.
Thank you, Mr. Santora. Mr. Brunges, questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a clarification here. The Local Design Review Committee saw this proposal. They have not seen this proposal. So what the denial was for the earlier one, which they felt was not appropriate. So just this was in response to Design Review Committee's comments. So.
Okay, so this is a new proposal that has not been reviewed yet, but this is in response to what they reviewed previously to address their concerns.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, that is helpful. So their
Madam Chair.
comments on the type of text and having it more appropriate for this type of building that was on the previous proposal, not this proposal.
Correct.
Okay.
They did not like the raceway because they felt it was too modern of an addition for this building. And they wanted, and I was there for that meeting as well, and I think I'm the one that mentioned doing something more appropriate with the font and to look at that. So I was there for that. So that there were two meetings. It was tabled at the first, as Ms. Scott said, and then it was disapproved at the second.
Okay, perfect.
I may comment on the revised design briefly. The
Go
font that was selected underneath the emblem was to match the same font that's on the north side of the building, which you can see in the drawing that was provided from Boyer Signs. It does not allude.
That text is not there, is it? Because I'm looking on Google Earth and I can't see that. It's on the garage.
Yeah, I believe I have a picture earlier on in the presentation. A little bit.
You can see it if you drop to, I don't
Yeah,
know if
we're
anybody
gonna-
has it up, but if you drop to Euclid, you can see it on the back. It is over the garage doors.
Oh, okay. You have to zoom.
But that is on a secondary facade, and this is at a primary facade.
Understood. We can revise the font as needed, but that's where that that font style came from.
Okay. That's helpful. Okay, now I see it.
There are keep in mind, there are manufacturing limitations. If it were to be pin mounted, raised off of the brick, the letters can only be, the stroke can only be so thin, the letters can only be so thin. But if our customer agrees to that style, we'll do our best.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Madam Chair, can I make another point?
Who's speaking? I'm sorry, you didn't come up on my screen. Ownership, yes, please go ahead.
Team. And to the gentleman's point about the trees that were located on the side of east side of our building on 36th Street and whether or not we had a permit for that. So if you're looking at this picture right now, you could see on the right-hand picture, that parking lot is brand new. We did have Independence Excavating do that as part of another project. They pulled all the permits for that. While they were doing that, they did initiate the waterproofing to the building, which again, came with permits as well. And they were the contractor who did remove those pear trees, I believe is what species of trees?
Cleveland flowering pear.
And they were determined that during the planning of that, first of all, why they were ever planted against a building, the root structure and all that. And so it was addressed during them they got permits to do the work essentially. And those trees, you can see the one on the left-hand picture there, there's the first one there, the size of that trunk was over 8 inches and you can see it was up against the building. You know, there was window damage, it was doing all kinds of damage to the building. They were inappropriate for where they were at. And so again, that came up during the permit process for that original work. So to answer his question, did we get permits for that? I would have to say, yes, we did. It was part of that original project for the parking lot improvements. I was not present at those meetings. Again, Independence Excavating was our contractor. They went through the proper permitting process for that. It was very loaded because it had to do with, you know, we had to tie into the storm sewer on 36 and Prospect in 2 different places. So I do know that they went through the proper, you know, permit process. In between those trees, it was paved already in there. And so now all you're seeing is there's no trees there anymore. That's the difference right there.
But
So-
you also, oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I just want to state that I don't necessarily disagree that the trees didn't need to come out. I mean, you don't typically plant those types of trees or any trees within that close proximity of the building. I just want to make sure that the arborist, because it is required, was able to review, because that is part of the procedure for that. And I'm looking at it, it looks, yeah, it wasn't necessarily paved. There was a brick infill because I'm looking at it now. That's the good thing about technology is you can't go back and look at it. And now there is just concrete that's filled in through there. So if you did receive a permit for that work, then there needs to be a discussion had with the permitting department because that is an exterior change to the building, along with the grinding of the curb down, which should have been seen by the Landmarks Commission for approval. So, and again, I don't want to necessarily argue. You know my thoughts on it. You know my thoughts on the work that needs to be done, in my opinion, to bring this back to what it was before work started. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Santoro. Ms. Bailey?
The comment was made that the local design review saw a different design compared to what we're looking at. Do we need, the question to you, Madam Chair, does the latest design needs to go back to the local review to look at before we make a motion or decision? Apparently, it's two different designs that's being looked at. They looked at something else and we're looking at something different.
Correct. I believe, well, I'll state my thought on this and then Carl, you can keep me honest, is that, you know, the committee is advisory to the commission. We do have the authority to go ahead and review something that they haven't. We obviously know their feedback and the applicant has addressed their feedback within what they're proposing in front of us today. So I do not believe it has to go back because they're just advisory to us. Carl, did I state that correctly?
I wouldn't use the word just advisory.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to, you know, they are advisory to us. Apologize.
I think in this case, I think if they came here with what was, if they didn't agree with what was originally proposed and they came here with that same project, then they would, that's what they would be asking for, either approval or disapproval. Because there's a new one, I believe it does have to go back, but at this point, you're giving feedback. I don't think, based upon the comments so far that I've heard, that the lettering would be appropriate, or you might want changes, or maybe there's more landscaping or a full landscape plan that needs to go back, which would allow that to be all done, and then maybe the whole thing can be brought back to us later. I think this is a good discussion. I think they're getting some great feedback, and I know Eldon and I spoke about potential landscaping solutions, and I don't think we're going to get this resolved today because there are a few more issues that need to be worked out. I think they are. For one, I think the medallion that they're proposing, I think, is a good solution. I still think the lettering would probably need to be tweaked, and I think there's still more questions about the landscaping that need to be addressed. And I think the local committee should probably have that input first at this point.
Okay, that gives us more to unpack then. Then with that being said, I wasn't, and I apologize about my statement earlier because that was not appropriate. Obviously, the local is always very important to all of our reviews. It seems like this is prematurely to us then. And you know, if this is something that needs to be reviewed by local first, then this probably should be tabled and reviewed by local first and then come back to us with their feedback on this proposal related to the signage, the planters, and the landscaping replacement if that is a direction the owner chooses to do based on what you're hearing from the commission right now. That it sounds like that all needs to be reviewed by local then first, correct? Is that what you're saying, Carl? Okay, then I would recommend that we table this to allow local then to review this and give their appropriate feedback based on what they have seen to date. and then they return to us to do the final review of the final proposal.
Madam Chair, may I make one further suggestion, please?
Yes, please.
That the work is divided into two, or the proposals are divided into two, because we have, I believe, a permit application. Bob, is that correct? You did submit a permit application for the signage?
Correct.
Okay, so we really do need to take this into two separate reviews, one for the sign and the other for the rest of everything else. The corrections of everything that was removed, the landscape, and that was something that was discussed during the course of these meetings. That, but you know, by law, we're reviewing the sign, so we need to take that separately, but it can still be tabled because of the fact that the local committee has not seen the modified proposal.
I would agree. With that suggestion to separate it moving forward. But it sounds like local hasn't seen either. So local should review and comment on both. And then if you choose to return only for the signage and then come back at a future date for the remediation of the work that has been done in the landscaped areas, then I think that would be appropriate in my opinion. Mr. Brungest, additional comments?
Would agree with that. And I think the signage could move pretty quickly. So as soon as, I would also ask that if there's any final suggestions, particularly for the sign or the landscaping that they've been giving to them now, so they can actually work on that. I think that would be fair to the applicant.
Okay. We can give additional comments, but then I do personally feel it should be tabled. Mr. Kundin, did you have an additional question?
No, we can take your comments on the signage at this time. I'm asking, not saying, to make sure I understand, and then review it with the owner, and then we show it to the local committee.
Correct, and then you'll have to return to us. I misspoke earlier. If local should review this prior to it coming to us, and we need to go through the correct process, so you need to go back to local versus directly to us. So you would go back to local and then go back to come back to us.
Okay, could it be administratively approved by your committee after that, if those things were met and local approves?
Let's see what feedback the commission has, and then we might be able to expand on that question or answer that question.
Thank you for your consideration.
Sure. So let's, are there additional questions or comments related to, let's just isolate the two items related to the signage. Mr. Santora gave his feedback. I believe Ms. Bailey did already too. Do we have additional questions or comments related to the signage? I guess I'll give mine. I think having the lettering match the signage on the other side of the building, the letter does still feel fair. I'm sorry, the lettering still feels fairly modern related to the building. I don't know if that letter font is a brand standard for the union or not, but it would, my personal feeling is something a little bit more historic of a letter style would be more appropriate for the side of the building. Although you have this style on the building, or this font on the building, you're on two opposite sides of the building. So I do feel that you could vary it some, since this was probably the original location intention for signage. As far as the medallion goes, I'm still unclear what color the center of the medallion is. Reading through the notes, the cabinet is a bronze, aluminum painted a bronze color, and the lettering is bronze. But what is the backing to that lettering? Is it white? Is it a light bronze?
Brushed aluminum, am I correct?
Yes.
That would be a brushed aluminum.
And
If
then-
you're looking at the light background.
So aluminum with the bronze accents for the cabinet and the lettering?
Yes. What you see light colored would be brushed aluminum. And what you see in dark would be I used to struggle with this word, Duradonic bronze.
Sure. And is this, Carl, could you go back to the example of the installation photo from another location? Okay. And that is the exact same configuration there on that north face of materials.
That is correct. I just don't believe that it has.
The 18 in the middle.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I can't see from the
Yeah,
computer.
the 18 is not there, and our intent is to mimic what is already there as well as possible.
And will you be lighting it on the north side like you did have on the west and the north side?
It's a question for the owner.
That is correct.
So you will be adding lighting also on that north side. I'm sorry, south side, like the north and the west.
Brilliant would have to defer to the owner on that. I'm not sure what the intention is. It's not in our sign package, if you will.
Yeah, this is Alden. At this time, we did not intend to light that. From our discussions last meeting, it seemed to be a deterrent to have lighting there. Because there is no lighting there existing. So it was not at this time anything that we were thinking about. Again, if I can just reiterate quickly that the lettering and that stuff was just proposed because of what we had existing on the north side.
Right. I understand. But I think we do have the opportunity to go to something that is more fitting to the building style than what is currently on the building. So those are my feedback related to the signage. Are there others that have feedback on the signage only right now? All right, well then we'll move on to feedback on the landscaping revisions that have been made. I would echo what Mr. Santora said. I think the plantings around this building really gave and anchored this building in on the corner and gave it some it tied the landscaping to the architecture. Without it, it feels very stark and cold. I actually work right down the street, and it doesn't have the same feeling as it did previously with those planters, both on the south side and along that east side. Understand you needed to do the waterproofing and agree that the trees were not appropriate to be there, but there's the opportunity to integrate more appropriate landscaping that would work better with the building's foundations. So that's my feedback on the planters also. Others, questions or comments or feedback on the landscaping revisions that have been done to the site?
Is there any lighting on the building?
They just answered that currently they are not proposing lighting on the building beyond what is already existing. Mr. Santora did make a comment that, ground mounted uplighting at the south facade would work well with minimal impact on the building facade. It's a great suggestion. Any other one would like to give feedback on the landscaping? Okay, does the applicant feel that you have received enough feedback related to the signage and the landscaping modifications that you've made to modify or to go take this proposal back to local and then come back to us at a future date?
We'll do our best with our artists and the owner. I'm not exactly sure what a 50s style font is, but we'll work at that.
Do you still have what was removed from the building?
Uh,
Those aluminum letters that were originally there, that could give you a direction.
It's basically a thinner font.
Okay. Yes, we can work on that. Can I ask, is one of the conditions you suggested, is it still the pin mounted to stand away for the letters?
This is Anthony. I would look at differing types. If you want to look at a flush mount, that's fine. If you want to look at a pin mount as well, that's fine. Just something that would be appropriate, that's non-illuminated for the face of the building. That's my opinion on it.
Okay, thanks, Anthony.
I would agree. I would give you that flexibility in mounting to get the lettering appropriate for the building.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yes, I think we can work with that information.
Okay. We do need approval from ownership to table this to allow you to go through the process the way that we need you to. Do we have permission from ownership to table your case at this point, knowing that you could return as quickly as 2 weeks if you can get on the local committee agenda and then back onto our agenda? Our agendas are fairly full though right now because we are approaching the end of the year. But there is the opportunity on our next available spot to get you back on.
We do not have a meeting in 2 weeks, as that is Thanksgiving.
See, Carl keeps me honest. So as soon as in 4 weeks would be our next meeting.
We would definitely, this is Michael Bertolone, we would definitely be willing for that. We would definitely though need just more clarification on the landscape. Again, obviously none of this was intended on purpose, but we have had some discussion internally of working with the city and there are other properties around that have, large planters of those sorts and putting those back in place and have some greenery. I agree that we can do some additional things here. Putting trees back in there though, we're 100% opposed to that. That would void our warranty, our waterproofing and all that. So if we could put something appropriate back in there in the form of these planters and things of that nature, I think that's the direction that we were looking at. Again, we're here with our hat in our hand, to be honest to all you guys. And I said the same thing to the other review board. We want to do the right thing. We didn't realize we were doing the wrong thing. And, we don't want, as you indicated, Madam Chair, you work down the road. We don't want people to walk by or drive by our property and look at it as a sour part of this neighborhood. We thought we were doing some good improvements and really doing an uplifting thing in comparison to some of these other surrounding properties that are just falling apart. And so we honestly thought that we were doing a good thing here, and that was not our intentions here.
And we recognize that, and we appreciate your investment in your building and that you're willing to invest in the upkeep that's needed and try to enhance it and be a good partner in bringing this for both yourself and the neighborhood. So I think I don't want to overextend in the planning department, but maybe they can help connect you with the arborist to talk about what is appropriate in these locations, because you do have the street frontage and plants are need to be selected so that they can withstand the winter and salt environments that you do have with your building. Mr. Bolanges?
I would say that with the signage, we can move on a faster track, but staff is willing to work with the applicants on the landscaping since we have a little bit more time on that and come up with something much more appropriate. But I don't think you'd want to start anything in the middle of the winter anyway. So I think we have a better timeline with that and not have to rush through it.
So maybe we can talk offline. If you reach out to Carl, we can connect you with the right people so that we can help advise, and work with the landscaping portion while we move the signage through to allow that to move forward on its own track.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your approval or your permission to table this. So with that, would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Santora?
Madam Chair, given the testimony we heard and acceptance from the owner to table the project, I would like to put forth a motion to table this project until a date in which the applicant wishes to return.
Thank you for the motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Miss Bailey, I think I heard your voice first, so we'll just note it as your second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Brunges, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Bernazzi,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
So we have tabled yours, but look forward to seeing you here in the future so that we can, address the signage separately for the landscape to give you some more time to work through the landscaping solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our certificates of appropriateness. We'll move on to administrative reports. Mr. Brunges?
Haven't I spoken enough today? I will be sending out the meeting invites for the 2 December meetings, and then I'll send out a follow-up because it will probably follow up bang, bang. We do not have a meeting in 2 weeks, as we have just discussed. We scheduled the site visit for the one demolition request next Tuesday at 4 p.m. for those of you who can attend. Still have 3 others to schedule. So I may have to send out a poll to everybody to see who is available where and when and deal with that. Outside of that, this has been an interesting meeting and I hope to never have to do this again. Double, triple, quadruple duty. But that's all I have at this time.
Okay. Thank you for that. So yeah, with the meeting before Christmas, please make sure you respond to that invite fairly quickly so that we can assess it, make sure that we're going to have we can have a quorum for that. All right.
Yes, we do have 4 items on that agenda already, so I do have to know if we're going to have a quorum.
Okay. So with that, I believe if there's nothing else from anyone else, we can adjourn. Anything from anyone else before I?
Happy holidays, everybody.
All right. Happy holidays.
Yes,
We're adjourned.
happy holidays.
See you in 3 weeks. Thanks, everyone.
All right.
See everyone.
Bye.